원탑 서머. 네. 덕담 계속 덕담이 와 농심 레드포스. 와 농심 레드포스 한 타력. 덕담이 하드 캐리란 이런 것이다라는 걸 제대로 보여주자. 아프리카 프릭스한테 기인은 말 그대로 공기 같은 선수예요. 이거 불파 맞추 이번에 연계 아프리카 프릭스 우리는 프로백 갔다. 플레이오프 6번째 주인공 아프리카 프릭스.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the first day of the LCK Summer 2021 playoffs. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, bringing you Nongshim up against the Afrika Freaks. This is going to be an interesting one, Wolf. Nongshim, the first one to grab a playoff spot, but they did fall to third by the end of it, and Afrika pretty, on a nice little hot streak recently.
Yeah, they really have been, and it's a series that if you had asked anyone just a few weeks ago who they think would take it, most people would say Nongshim 3-0 easy peasy, but there is, a little bit of dissent among StarCasters about who's going to take it. We did see Cloud Templar and Jonas Strong predict Afrika Freaks.
Spoiler.
They don't actually predict or rather prevent anything here, but anyway, but nobody is really expecting this to be a 3-0. Most people are expecting that Afrika will take one game, but there's always the off chance that with their current form, they upset. They're trending upwards. Nongshim has been trending downwards at the very end of the season.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about for this series, but first a quick look at the standings to see how it all wrapped itself up. DAM1 and Gen.G, they don't have to play in the first round. They can wait until the second round of the playoffs. They can watch these first couple of matches. But Nongshim in third have to play Afrika in fifth, and then T1 versus Live Sandbox will be tomorrow, so make sure you're also tuning into that one. It's so incredibly close. The difference between first and third is one win.
Yeah.
Or rather, first and sixth, I should say.
It's insane how close it ended up being, as you could see that here's our schedule, as you were pointing out, and on Saturday, DAM1 Kia will get to play against the opponent they chose of the winners of today and tomorrow. And of course, the remaining team will play against Gen.G. Still a chance we have a rematch in the grand finals of what we saw from spring. Pretty high chance given how Gen.G played towards the end. Here are our pick and ban top 5 from last week, which is very relevant because we will be playing on the same patch going into playoffs and for the World's Gauntlet. Notice that Renekton is still at the top, but Jace has really, really risen quite highly here, along with Lee Sin. With the drop of Viego that you do see, you start to see picks like Lucian, Leona, Varus up here in our top 5 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that Jace, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that, especially with what happened with the players and our last matchup that we saw them in. Unfortunately, Akshan will be disabled through Worlds. Frozen Heart also disabled, so.
Interesting about Frozen Heart. I knew there was a bug about that, but I thought the abuse of the bug was actually going to be disallowed. But the fact that it's disabled entirely is actually a huge deal, especially for champions like Ezreal.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Or one of the
big
ones. Yeah, the big one, absolutely. Champion change. As you can see, here are the Karma changes on 11-16 that we are having come through.
Yeah, not a huge amount of major changes in terms of what we are going to see going into this patch, but this is definitely one of the big ones. Kind of a big change on how she works because she's doing very well in pro play, but wasn't doing as well in solo queue, so you have to be really careful with how you do balance around these types of things. And then, of course, the rework to Sona that's been very controversial in the community. With her changes coming through. Don't think that she will end up seeing play here in the LCK playoffs, but always something to take a peek at.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is the playoffs, so who knows, right? We saw Maokai being played by DRX, actually, against Nongshim. And he recently received a buff on 11-16. I don't know if we're going to really see him here, but obviously he can heal a little bit more. Sustain is very nice. some Jhin buffs, some minimal ones, right?
Yeah.
I think that maybe we see a little bit more Jhin, but to be honest, he's kind of like number 5 of 80 carries,
Yeah,
so a lot of the
very
times
niche.
we don't see too much play from him.
Yeah, here is, of course, some of the nerfs you're going to see. The Omnivamp decreased for Lee Sin, I think is going to be pretty significant. And you could see that Ziggs as well is getting nerfed, his E especially. His damage is going to be increased later. His slow is decreased early, so he's less oppressive in lane. It's kind of a direct nerf to the awesome dude Ziggs in the bot lane. And also a little bit of a nerf to Diana in the jungle. I see some more nerfs coming through. Tom Kench was a little bit broken on arrival.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
he's definitely getting a bit of a nerf here. Some of the base stats for Xin Zhao and Fiora's E, the cooldown does get increased later on.
Yeah.
And also Wild Growth a little bit less strong in the early game.
Yeah, that's, of all of the changes here, maybe we'll see a little bit less focus on Lulu Xin Zhao. It's still strong. I think these small nerfs to Lulu aren't really going to change it, but in the last matchup, Afreeca did play that exact comp into Nongshim, so definitely something to keep in mind as some more changes to some items here.
Yeah, Dark Seal got pretty nerfed. You're going to get less glory per stack, and you're also going to lose more when you die. And Redemption getting a huge cooldown buff, going from 2 minutes to 90 seconds, but still don't know if that's going to really change how much it's used in professional play, but it is going to be a nice change for those players and those champions, at home who like to play the item. Because it's still fairly strong. It's just not as strong as a lot of the alternatives right now here in the LCK and in pro play across the world.
That's the biggest thing. They're just trying to get it in line with some of the other items, but we'll see about that if we do see it here today. But yeah, Nongshim versus Afreeca. We got through all kind of the patch notes, but definitely an interesting matchup. I think these two teams are very different style teams, and it's part of the reason why Afreeca, I think, were able to have some luck against Nongshim in their recent match. Yeah,
they have a huge stylistic mismatch. So we're going to jump right into talking about these two teams right now because there's a lot to discuss, right, going into this one, because there's a volatility that will exist between these two, right? Nongshim was the first team to qualify. Afreeca was on the edge, right, of the bottom of playoffs, but as you pointed out, they were super close. Here's where Nongshim was. They actually started to dominate towards the middle part of the season, and then they dropped down towards the end with a few uncharacteristic losses, one of them being to Afreeca.
Yeah, one of them to Afreeca, one of them to Gen G right there at the end.
This is pretty insane, by the way. Look at these stats here. This is by far the least winning #1 team in the LCK we've had over the last 4 seasons. #1, 12-6 for Game1 Kia.
Yeah, and the most winning, bottom playoff team as well. So the gap between 1st and 6th is 1 win, and that's how crazy summer has been. So we'll take a look at the goal difference graph here from Afreeca versus Nongshim. Generally, you talked about that style mismatch. Nongshim start off slow and then they ramp up later. Their team fighting, their team communication is insane. Whereas Afreeca, generally, early on in the game, they like to get ahead and sometimes fall apart later on.
Yeah, and this is something that can be great for Afreeca, but it can also be a double-edged sword because if they don't get those early advantages, the first bloods you see here now listed for them, right? Their first turrets, Herald control, these types of things, because Dread is such an aggressive jungler, then you can find yourself struggling later on, and that's where the key matchup comes in player-wise, because it is going to be between Dread and Peanut. 2 completely different styles of play. Dread aggressive early, one of the highest counter-jungling percentages in the LCK right now, whereas Peanut likes to farm up. He plays the early game a lot slower, tries to scale into mid-game team fights. If he's on the Diana, he's going to look for explosion there. If he's on the Nidalee, he's going to play very passively and get that item damage done way later on in the game, whereas Dread doesn't play that style. So when it's very feast or famine for both these players. If Peanut falls behind because of Dread's playstyle, then he's not going to have those advantages later on, but the same could be true of Dread. If he fails to find those early advantages or actually overextends and falls behind, dying during ganks, for example, he is going to have a really hard time because he doesn't play the scaling junglers that Peanut does.
Yeah, it's very true, and this is really cool, actually. As the Sonic Wave comes through, the stats come up, and then they get erased. Get your cameras. As you can see here, another big matchup that we do have is PUG first versus third. Gory was able to get the first one here with 11, I believe. And, of course, Keen is the biggest MVP of Afrika, and he is kind of insane right now. He's really at the top of his form, I'd say.
Yeah, we have 2 solo laners in this game who are extremely high form. I'm still, to this day, shocked at what the results ended up being. In fact, for Gory, in terms of MVP vote, I put him at my #1. He did not end up getting MVP, even though he won top POG. It wasn't even on the first All-Pro vote, but the guy is insanely talented. But on the other side of things, you know, you have Keen, right? And Keen is a scary player in terms of the lane matchup. This is a really bad mismatch for Nongshim in that Rich is arguably their weakest player right now in this meta, especially in the laning phase. His team fighting could be great later on, but Keen is arguably the best laner in the LCK on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, on the top side of the map, maybe on all sides of the map, right? He is just that good, and there are some stats that we can talk about, but even just plays like that where he's playing Fiego, swaps to Taric, flashes the wall with Dazzle, and then picks up another kill. Like, this guy's mechanics, we don't even know if he's truly hit his ceiling yet, which is insane because we see his crazy plays and we're like, wow, this is, you know, it's ramping up into this craziness, but how far can he go and how hard can he carry this team?
These are our round 1 rosters for playoffs. You are able to switch your roster before playoffs, but neither of these teams did that. It's very rare to see that. It's usually when someone becomes of age or someone has been scrimming a lot and pop back in, but don't see any major roster changes here as the lifetime head-to-head record between these teams is very close. In fact, 7 and 8, only 15 matches between them since Dynamics came into the LCK very late. But yeah, it's very insanely close. And if you look at these matchups, they're actually generally one-sided, as you could see.
Yeah.
So this could be the same sort of scenario tonight.
It absolutely could be. You'll note that in spring, Afrika got a 2-0, and then round 2 in spring, Nongshim got a 2-0. And Nongshim for spring was a very much middle-of-the-pack team, but now it's different. It's a different Nongshim entirely, and that's what's exciting. But you take a look at these stats here. This is really important, again, just to really get this through to you guys, the style mismatch. Afrika very strong in the early game. Even though they're 6th, right, they have really high goal difference stats here that look great, whereas Nongshim come online a little bit later.
They certainly do. I mean, there's a stylistic differences across the board in terms of what champions these players like to play, right? I mean, think about Duckdom. He plays a lot of extreme scaling champions. The Aphelios is the one that comes to mind. You think about Gory. He's played a ton of Ryze this season. Not going to come online until later. Think about Peanut even playing his Nidalee, for example. Is Diana coming on a lot later. So that is one of the main reasons why you are going to see Nongshim a little bit behind early, but then soar ahead later on, 25 minutes and beyond.
For sure. So I think we have some predictions ready. I think that's what we did just see.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at everybody's predictions.
When we got Subin and Jonas Strong in here as well. As you can see, a mostly Nongshim Red Force focused prediction.
A lot of red.
Cloud Templar are the only analyst per se who voted for Afrika Freaks, but Subin and Jonas Strong joined him. Whereas most people across the board think this is going to be a 3-1. You and Atlas went for the 3-2 prediction there. But I think 3-1 is about as safe as it gets, you know, where you go clear favorite, but I think we could see one game dropped.
Yeah, there is definitely a favorite, but the reason why I went for the 3-2 is that, especially as we even saw in some of the stats, it's always like back and forth between these teams throughout the years, and even in summer as well. Afrika getting the recent 2-0. I can see a world in which Afrika, much like the best of 3 that they played, they come in and they win, right? It's just, in my mind, not the safe choice, as many people do agree with that,
yes.
Right? Even the fan vote here, 81% to 19. And yeah, I think you guys are mostly on the money. You know, Nongshim is the favorite, especially based on how they have been able to get this 3rd place slot so far.
Yeah, it's I think a lot of the fan vote comes from the fact that when Nongshim started dominating and went on their win streak, everyone was very excited, and Afrika never really had that same sort of dominant streak, right? Like, they came online in the end of the season, but also before that, some of their highs were just kind of upset wins where you didn't trust that Afrika deserved the win. a lot of people would say, oh, their opponents underperformed tonight, that's why Afrika stole another win away, or oh, I can't believe this team lost to Afrika. Like, there was a lot of sentiment like that, right? But when you tally up the points at the end, as you mentioned, Afrika was one win away from being up there at the top, right? And that's why this matchup is, I think, a lot closer than what people think it's going to be, because Afrika didn't have that extremely strong stride that Nongshim has. This is the key player matchup. We talked about it already. CS difference here at 15, better for Peanut, but they were a very dominant team during that same streak I was talking about. The experience difference, though, that's what I really focus on here, because, again, Peanut farms. He stays in the jungle, he kills camps, he gets ahead that way. Dread, extremely aggressive counter jungler. Look at his jungle proximity stats compared to Peanut's. His counter jungle percentages. He is an aggressive player. Peanut likes to farm instead.
Yeah. Imagine being a jungler, getting the regular season MVP, but having 10th kill participation and 10th jungle participation. It says so much about what this player has done for the team outside of his own play, but also the style of jungle that he likes to play, which you've already highlighted very well, Wolf. So it's crazy how different these two teams and how different these junglers are. And even in their most recent series, Dread went 3-0 in the first 7 minutes, and the game just ran away from Nongshim, and it was a total landslide. And I think that Nongshim have to come in here and be aware of that potential possibility.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And you know what's scary for Afrika is that they haven't been able to consistently turn these early leads into wins. And I think a lot of the reason why we talk about Afrika as a strong early game team is because compared to some of the best teams, this is Keen's 400th game, by the way, here in the LCK.
Congratulations!
19th player to do so. But some of the other teams that you could talk about, Live Sandbox arguably a stronger early game team.
Wait.
T1. Might be tied with
this is current LCK players.
Yeah, current players, okay.
Okay.
But a lot of the reason why you focus on the early game for Afrika to get through this this point, I'm just dragging out because we got to celebrate Keen, is because that is the only place they look strong often, and that's what's scary about it, is that, you know, you want to celebrate how strong of an early game they have, but sometimes when they win, you forget about the games where they did fall behind, when they had a 5,000 gold lead, or when they did end up losing Fly right before that Baron fight and everything went wrong. They had to try to take a desperate 4v5, but didn't have the inhibitor control because even though they had a lead, they couldn't turn it into objectives, things like that. Whereas on the opposite side of things, Nongshim's got great shot calling, and they're figuring out how to turn their leads into huge advantages, and often from a deficit catching up, as Game1 Kia has shown in the past. Yeah,
it's a very cool style. Last time around, Leo was able to pop off with a 10-0 Kai'Sa game, where he wasn't necessarily even doing the most damage. Actually, Keen did the most damage in that game on Gnar, 2 games in a row on Gnar. So will be interesting to see where the carries come from, and there's a lot to talk about in the draft as well, in terms of what these players do like to play and what the teams will prioritize to try to take away. Like, do we see any specific bans against Peanut, or does he kind of just get to play whatever he wants this series?
Yeah, that is the question. I mean, in terms of champion pools, that is where, as we jump into this pick and ban for game number 1, that is where Nongshim has a huge advantage, especially because Fly is somewhat of a weak link in this regard. We've seen Gory play control mages exceptionally well, but also the Akali, right? We know he can play even Yone if it comes up, right? This is where Nongshim have an extremely wide berth of champions they can play right now in a best of 5, and why they're really going to come online, I think, in a series like this. Even if they fall behind, you can adapt so well, whereas Afrika are going to really have to play around Fly and his champion pools, and Gnar gets banned.
I'm like, yeah, I was watching the highlights of their last series before this cast, obviously, but it feels like Nongshim were as well. They were like, we don't want to deal with Xin Zhao Lulu, and we do not want to deal with Keen's Gnar. Those are 2 things that absolutely will not get through here in this first game.
Certainly. Lee Sin targeted here as well, because you
know?
have the wider jungle pool, I think, as Peanut. You want to play that style, take away some of the strong early game junglers.
Yeah, and it's the jungler that Dread stomped them in the early game of Game 2 in their last series with. He went 3-0 in like 7 minutes, and you know, just a lot of focus being put on that and saying, okay, we're gonna play a different game here, at least for Game 1.
Yeah, see Renekton get taken away here. The Jace ban is very common to see on red side nowadays, but it's also one of Rich's favorites. So we don't have that common blue side Lee Sin pick. You don't have the Xin Zhao here, nor the Renekton. Like, this is going to be a pretty statement pick here for Nongshim stylistically here going into this best of 5. When all the common first picks are gone, like, we could see something like a Viego, but that would be a very bold, and I like this a lot more. Even with the nerf, still an extremely strong pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just took Xin Zhao and Lee Sin off the board. So you're saying, okay, here we go. No bans towards Peanut. Give him extreme comfort, and we'll go from there. Diana definitely a champ that can require some building around, but in terms of comfort, I think it's great for what Nongshim can bring.
Do you see the Varus locked in here for Leo? See if they want to grab a support with this early. The Leona is the highest tier pick right now. Often blind, sometimes even without an AD carry. I don't know if we'll necessarily see that continue to be the case on this patch, but time will tell. There's other options are, you know, really to hone in on Fly's champion pool here early. Maybe something like a Rise. Yep, that's what they hover, because that's going to give you a lot of late game power. Also, Rise is great into Diana and other combos of melee champions that work with Diana. We saw Rise
Bottom side as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they just go ahead and pick an AD carry, also an option. Or they can just do this.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. We saw them play this, you know, just recently in the end of regular season, and this is something that they've played oftentimes in the past, and something they've very well practiced. And, you know, it's, again, sometimes it felt desperate when they did it, but this time it feels very calculated, and it's a matchup you can play well into the Rise, suits the damage profile. And these are the scary things that you have to think about as a Freako when you're drafting against this team, because Fly was not going to be able to make this type of choice later on in this best of 5. You don't expect, based on what we've seen, as Alistar will get locked in here in the bottom lane. Very high prio for that.
34% win rate on Alistar so far. Pretty interesting to see him that low, but definitely an answer, a response to what we are seeing from the side of Nongshim in terms of breaking up plays, combos, wombo combos, kind of a reactive support in that way. And we are going to see Ezreal be taken off alongside Trundle, like that pick.
Yeah, and another great option here potentially could be the Aphelios. It is not the most synergistic with his composition right now, but does work towards late game. It's Duckdom's most successful champion. So definitely sits in the same sort of vein as the Ezreal.
What is going to be the final ban? Will it just be another AD carry? Yes. The Kalista. Again, another thing that can go very wombo combo-y with the combo that they already have.
Oh yeah, it's insane what she could do. Fate's Call gonna set up that Yasuo ultimate with the Diana ult. They have so much long range engaged with this. So the final ban here for Nongshim is a tough call. Could just look towards the jungle. They actually decided to take the Kennen away instead, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they can disrupt this composition very well.
Absolutely. Kennen, you know, we all know him for flank engage type of plays, but also if every single enemy champion is in your face, Slicing Maelstrom gets a huge amount of damage done and a decent amount of peel as well. So it's great passively, kind of reactively as well.
Olaf is so good in this comp, actually, because he can walk through so much. Sejuani as well, very strong here. Slow is going to be super valuable into this style of composition. And this is where we're going to get a little bit niche here, Valdez.
Yeah,
you know?
really interesting that they're putting Dread onto a Sejuani. Can be active, but generally known for, obviously, throwing out her ultimate. And there's not a lot of melee, so we're looking at potentially a melee topside carry for Keen, something like a Camille, you would have to imagine.
Yeah.
And Nongshim have to keep that in mind as they do pick up the Ziggs for the bottom lane.
It's going to be very frustrating to deal with this Ziggs that is going to scale up very well late on into the game. This would be insane. I don't think that's actually ever going to come in.
No, I don't think so.
Don't get excited. Don't get excited, fans. There was a time where he was insanely strong.
Whoa.
But not for solo lanes. As Irelia
Whoa.
will be the choice here. So there's a lot of front-loaded power in this composition, and I don't know if I actually like this pick, to be totally honest with you. I like it for Rich. It's a champion he plays extremely well. However, you know, into the amount of slows and peels that Afrika have already set up, it's going to be very difficult to team fight with this Aurelia. I think Nongshim is just going so all in on this. You can't stop everything from coming through. Can you stop the Aurelia and the Diana and the Yasuo from getting in there while Ziggs is launching bombs through? It's very oppressive. It's very difficult to play against, but
it's chaos.
It's chaotic, but Afrika have already drafted around it very well. You know, they have a lot of slows and roots here. Now the Viego stun on top of it all. And if Viego gets a steal, if he actually gets a reset with this composition, Afrika are going to pop off. And it's Keen, of all players, who's going to be playing that one.
And it's interesting that Aurelia pick that comes through at the end. I wonder if it was a bit of a takeaway as well, because I definitely could have seen Aurelia on the side of Afrika as well for Keen. Just throwing him up in the top side, something that can throw a Vanguard's Edge straight into your face if you do decide to engage. So instead he will go for the Viego. Viego definitely was kind of hanging out there as what seemed to be an obvious pick, as he's still pretty high tier. So Keen will jump back onto that, as a lot of highlight plays were made on the champions that the various players were able to pick up here in Game 1.
Yeah. I really do feel like for Afrika, I mean, the comp that you look at here for Nongshim is so self-explanatory. It's insanely high speed, aggressive dive view, and it has follow-up damage with the Ziggs from behind. So as Afrika, you need to be ready to set up for picks when those dives come through. If Aurelia is going to try to set up a flank angle, maybe turn, maybe actually try to pick her off first, then look to 5v4 the fight. Because setting up poke is pretty difficult to do when you're Leo in this game, because you're going to be at risk of being blown up or caught at any moment. But if you can get that one single pick when the engage comes through, or if the engages are sloppy from Nongshim, it is you know, definitely winnable here for Afrika. And I think the mid game is, I think, where Afrika are going to really have to hit their stride, because in the late game it just becomes too much. Like, Gory could just teleport into the middle of a huge wombo and just be like, everybody's dead, sorry, what's up?
Yeah, it's very true. I like the damage profile that Nongshim were able to bring, picking up the Ziggs and the Aurelia towards the end. It's an insane amount of damage overall, but at least you have two hard AP champions and a couple of AD ones on the top side. As we saw a little bit of a funky level 1 here from Afrika. They were looking to catch someone out. Important note, guys. You can purchase Frozen Heart, but you can't actually purchase while you're dead and then undo the purchase.
You can't exploit the bug.
Yes.
Is basically the easiest way to put it. So that earlier it said it was banned, but it meant, I was confused by that, which is probably why this is coming up, but I thought it meant that it was banned entirely, but no, that's not the case. If you undo the purchase at a certain timing, you actually can leave a slow on the ground. So just got to make sure that's not a thing that people can do.
Gory doing the solo queue thing, just right in your face. Right from level 1, he's going to take a lot of damage based off of that. Gory's stats as a mid laner, as you guys saw in the points of the match stats that we did have come up, they're not very good. I think he was like level, or rather 10th place in a lot of the stats in terms of like gold difference and experience difference. But where this guy's power comes in is his ability to carry mid to late game fights. And again, fits in perfectly with Nongshim as a team.
He often takes excessive risks in lane, and it's something that we don't talk about too much because he's a very successful player regardless. So sometimes when this does come up, it's kind of a weird issue because, yeah, his stats aren't great. Like, he's the anti-Chovy, right? Like, he's not doing well farm-wise, he's not doing well in lane, but his team fights and his rotations are incredibly good. And sometimes he gets ahead because of getting just a little bit of extra prio in mid, then going to a Rift Herald fight and upturning that fight and getting a lot of gold that way. That's one way that he often advances forward, but that's why you see him on these champions like the Yasuo and the Yone every now and then, because he's just got such a good knack for carrying team fights and reacting to Peanut's plays, because the shot calling on this team is so fantastic. As remember the last time this was played, it was an incredible triple kill in the mid lane where Peanut comes in and ults and Gory's there to catch it, saves himself, and they end up picking up 3. These are the moments where he shines.
Yeah. And it was a gank that you thought, okay, this guy's dead, right? It started off 1v3. It was a roam from the bottom side from Lehens, and it was just like, okay, Or actually, I don't know if that was Afrika, but it was another team, and they ganked him, and he turned it around immediately. And it was pretty crazy. It was one of the highlights I was mentioning. That one, also Peanut with his Moonfall with the Diana being another big one. Keen and his Viego popping up in the points of the match highlights that we saw. A lot of comfort here in this game for sure. Very curious about the Sejuani for Dread, as you would imagine the top lane will be one of those lanes that he will be looking to put pressure on with the melee champion of Viego.
Yeah, that is definitely important, and we'll see what the impact he can make in this game becomes. He is going to get double scuttle advantage here because of Peanut's pathing. He's going to get away with double here. Prio that is guaranteed with that in mid. And Peanut's over here is spotted on a ward.
Oh, Dread snuck in here. They don't know he's here.
Peanut has a good idea because he sees the scuttle, and
yeah,
even with that Q not connecting, he knows what's up. They should.
Does he, though? Doesn't look like he does, and now Kellen's going to get engaged upon here. The satchel helps out, and Kellen still has his flash, and will wait until the last possible moment. Now Dread getting a little bit too close, and the Crescent coming in, and the Bob will be enough, and that will be Ducktom picking up first blood down in the bottom side as Peanut goes for the extended counter game.
Yeah, this is just worst case scenario for Afrika, considering the information that Nongshim didn't gather, the advantage you had there set up. But you're Sejuani in this case. You know, a lot of other jungles end up making a bigger play here, do a lot more damage. Unfortunately, Dread's just not at that stage as Gory.
Gory might die here. The flash comes in, and there it is, 1E to rule them all, as Fly will shore up the stuff here for his team. After his team gives up first blood, Fly gets a solo kill. Not the thing I thought I would be saying.
Yeah, no, certainly not. And that's a lot of extra farm he's going to pick up here too. But still very significant here that Ducktom was able to get all that extra money. They did have to trade 2 flashes for this. And Afrika, with the scuttle advantage, are actually going to sneak away the streak right now. Gory just teleported back to lane. Peanut could Scryer's Bloom this.
Yeah, there were a couple of pings, and I think they know what's happening, but with the bottom lane leaving, do you want to go in on this one? Peanut's on vision, and Lehens is getting pretty low, and now with the teleport coming in, this is Ziggs that's teleporting in, and the Hex Flash over the wall will not be enough. And they get spotted here on the Drake take, and now Nongshim will get the Infernal. And how about a solo kill from Rich over Keen? What am I watching?
Oh, you're watching Afrika fall apart here in this early game. And let's not forget, this is where Afrika are at their strongest, historically speaking. And I think you can really start to feel Dread being on a slightly lower impact jungle here in the early game is affecting them a lot. But it's the power of the Ziggs, really, and that extra damage and his ability to do damage over walls that's actually gotten him 2 kills. Now Rich is proc and conquering. He's ready for more.
He had Vanguard's Edge. I'm like, man, he could go for that again if he wanted to.
And Keen does have Flash and Heartbreaker, so he decides to think better. He's happy with the trade he gets, the advantage that's going to be garnered there. Oh, man, there's a lot to unpack here, and I'm not sure which replays we'll get, if any, because this game is so action-packed.
Yeah.
But we'll watch this moment. So this is where Peanut walked on a ward, and then Dread comes out here. He knows that the Peanut is very far away, but they're not able to secure the kill because the Zenith Blade actually allows Kellen to get out here, and then the flash forward is so beautiful. You end up having to use 2 flashes here, but Ducktom is able to connect, and that's a kill. Then this is the error in the mid lane from Gory because he mistimes his knockup. So, and then decides to chase further and ends up getting rooted. That's all you need. And you can see the call out. Your Fly's like not too enthused about it, but does end up winning out there as we'll watch.
How
Rich.
about this? Yeah. Rich's perspective lands the flawless duet and just runs him down.
Yeah, he's fully stacked on his Q.
You can tell he's so excited. He's like, I got him!
The one replay we didn't watch, which was Ducktom's teleport, was teleporting onto a ward that was pre-placed there moments before for a potential scenario like this. Peanut's able to identify. They know the Drake is there, but he Scryer's Blooms, checks. And they had one ward there teleporting into it with like 4 seconds left on its time. Like the ward was about to time out. These are small advantages that you have on the map that give you such a huge lead when those kills come through. Ducktom getting 2 of them, and this is a disaster for Afrika.
Yeah, it makes this early game for Ziggs a million times better. I mean, able to turn that one around, really frees up the lane. It was like 17-7 in favor of the Varus Alistar. And now, I mean, he's kind of catching up here. We see that Afrika is going for this Rift Herald, but Nongshim definitely cannot let this one go. I think they were just trying to sneak it away. As Dread will just smite. He gets the better smite here off of that play, and he just says, okay, maybe we can use that for the next fight.
Yeah, Duckdom doesn't have teleport, is going to back here after clearing that wave. And Afrika not really able to get the Herald nor gain any advantages on the map, unfortunately, outside of that, because they don't have enough control over the top side, even with Dread lurking here. Now, this is a bit of a bait.
Yeah, they're trying to take advantage of Rich here as the stun, the flawless duet will entirely miss. Rich with the flash away, but the follow-up from Keen will be enough as Dread secures the kill with his ultimate, just to make sure that no Aurelia shenanigans do come up.
Rich does have teleport. He did not use it, actually, whereas Keen did, so he can teleport straight to the Rift Herald fight if Afrika decided to try to look for that, so they, in fact, cannot, despite the kill. It's really unfortunate. I mean, it's nice to get all that extra gold back, but you're still just not able to get this really important objective, and as you can see, it's just going to be cleaned up here. Nongshim getting this one for free. Rich teleporting to the top side of the map to grab that farm, and despite these picks for Afrika, neither of them come at an opportune moment to actually gain anything from it, which just really hurts.
Yeah, just the immediate gold, and they're doing it on Vision, our Nongshim, and Afrika know about it, so there's not much they can do about it, just have to accept it, as Peanut will pick up that Rift Herald. You can see, I mean, any Nongshim game, I think, against Afrika, where Rich is able to get a solo kill and Nongshim can get a lead, it's generally going to be a very high chance of winning for Nongshim. Again, doesn't mean it's done by any means, still very early on in this game, but also the Infernal Drake was picked up by them. And in their last series as well, Nongshim were ahead in Game 1 for about 30 minutes before Afrika were able to turn that one around. So
yeah, it was very uncharacteristic of both of those teams and how they normally function, as you pointed out earlier. So it's never over till it's over, but the advantages that Nongshim have right now with the comp that does extremely well in late game because of its setup for team fights, and of course the Ziggs factor, which we always have to discuss even with the nerf, is just insane. So once again, Keen being threatened here, but this time under turret. Rich can't push the issue this far because that's the first trade. And Afrika, on the map right now, they really want to get any advantage they can, possibly. You know, the bot lane is still pushing, so like, okay, we're going to guarantee this Scuttle goes in. Like, we have to group. We cannot give Nongshim any more gold right now. We can't give them any more vision control. We'll clear this ward.
everybody's grouping up here for this potential dragon fight. And it does mean that we will have either Ocean or Mountain Soul, and both of them are going to be huge in this game. Both teams will want both. And so we should see a lot of fighting over this objective, you would have to imagine. As Lehens and Dread now moving as a unit, coming on in here, and it is spotted. Peanut going to take this time to move up to the top side, maybe drop that Rift Herald and help Rich get even more fed here.
That's the idea. This is actually a really scary moment for Keen. He does have Heartbreaker available, but he doesn't have vision on Peanut. There's no wards here whatsoever. He knows the possibility is there, but this is huge for Nongshim if they get this.
Fly's TP. And I think the second they see Peanut, they could call for it in the top side. There it is. Fly coming up here, as well as Gory, I believe. As yes, it's going to be a 3-on-2 flash away from the moonfall, but now they're just diving on the Fly, and he can't do anything to get away. And Keen, same for him, trying to get the resets, but he cannot, as Rich will go down, but it's still a huge win for Nongshim.
Yeah, and they're going to grab the whole turret with this Rift Herald, and the solo Cloud Drake on the opposite side of things isn't going to be as impactful. I mean, the ability to grab away that tempo from Nongshim would be heading towards now a Mountain Soul, and Soul Point on the follow-up Drake is pretty huge. As I don't know about this commitment here. I don't think you win this fight. You're going to need somebody else here.
A lot of cooldowns and flashes down, and now a teleport from Duckdom is coming on in, but now we got everybody joining in. Keen trying to get back in the fight, and they're isolating Peanut. A lot of damage done with the bomb, but that's fine. Keen a little bit isolated himself, and Peanut's still not dead, but Keen on a little bit of a rampage, and it looks like Nongshim may have overstepped here just a bit. That's 2 kills. Now over to the side of Keen, and Leo's getting free farm here.
Yeah, he's going to get an extra plate here for free, solo, so 160 gold goes to him. And this is a huge overextension from Nongshim. Like, you can't win this 2v2 necessarily, as we're going to watch the replay of this first, as Keen has a beautiful flash to dodge the moonfall, but it's just a little, or it's actually Fly who dodges, it's not Keen, but it's just a little too late, right, in the arrival as it is a 3v2. Rich does end up going down here despite some, trying to hit those minions to stay alive. As in this scenario, the positioning is just so good. Like, Dread is able to zone this out so well, and he's extremely tanky even at this stage. Every part of this for Afrika is so well played, and Nongshim lose teleport here, advantage for Duckdom, and just a lot of gold going over, really shoring up the disadvantage you had from losing the turret in itself.
It's pretty gigantic. It's a really nice XP leap here for Keen as well. It was basically a Viego playground, right? He's teleporting into 3 people that are scattering around with no flashes and no ability to get away from him. He's going to have a fun time. As Kellen, a little bit of a face check, and all of a sudden this game is turning around, but is it the stopwatch bait? We got the Wombo combo coming in from the Yasuo and the Diana, but it's still not enough to kill anybody. As down will go Kellen, and Afrika will play it safe.
I don't think that was an intentional bait, but, they almost tricked us into believing in it, right? But even still with the combo there, you don't have enough damage at this stage of the game to actually just go, okay, well, it's cool, because even though our Leona is extremely low, we're going to completely turn this fight. Not to be the case, and now that's a stopwatch down. Afrika still, end up getting a bunch of extra gold here. Now they're 300 in the lead. And this game is really starting to flip quite a bit. As, yes, you still have great late-game team fights here as Nongshim. You do have good scaling with the Ziggs, but you've given Afrika a chance to kind of coast through this early to mid-game, given them a lot of extra gold they shouldn't realistically have, given the advantages you had early on. Just giving them a really nice window back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not something you want when you're facing the Viego and the Ryze specifically. Just giving them a lot of gold to actually be useful, as they saw Peanut. I mean, they saw him use his ability, right? So they call his bluff immediately. They say, he's probably in here. Let me dash into this brush. And that's just another free kill that's given over to Afrika. Nongshim are like, here's the buffet platter. You guys can have whatever you want.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Nongshim, this comp works best in skirmishy situations where Afrika are on even players with them or less, or somebody's caught out of position. But when Afrika are continuing to group non-stop, it's really difficult for Nongshim to actually make these types of plays happen. And Peanut shouldn't have been there. He gets seen and just immediately gets picked. This is the same thing that happened with Kellen just moments before. You were extremely ahead, and sometimes you want to play around vision, sometimes you want to hide in a brush and make a play, make a flank because you're ahead. But when you end up just walking 1 into 3, as we are seeing, it's a big problem, and you're giving a ton of extra gold over.
Yeah, important distinction. Okay, we're going to look at this fight first.
Yeah, 1 into 3, again, as I was saying, Kellen does use a stopwatch here, and you have the combo follow-up, but I don't think this was intended from the beginning, because as you could see, they don't even go down to half health. As once again, they saw Peanut go in, let's check the bush, and he just gets this knock up there instantly.
And the important distinction, I was mentioning, like, I mean, of course he was seen, but Peanut doesn't know there's a ward in that brush, right? So he doesn't know that he was seen. So actually, it was a nice setup play there from Afrika to say, okay, we know he's there, but he doesn't know we're here, and we can take advantage of this.
For sure. Gotta be so careful when you don't know where Afrika are on the map, as Nongshim will have the faster group here, instantly timed with the spawn of this Drake, and their combo is ready. All 5 ultimates for them are up. And Afrika are just not gonna let this, or not gonna fight this, not gonna let this, or not going to contest this rather, they are gonna let this go because Keen doesn't have teleport. He can't join the fight. The wave was pushing top, he lost his turret, so.
Okay, here we go. That's going to be a flawless do that, but look at that, the tip of the Everfrost, and now we have everybody grouping up here, and that should be enough. Down he will go as Fly pulling off a couple of really nice picks in this game so far. Quiet otherwise, but certainly doing his job in this one.
Yeah, the Everfrost, as you mentioned, just barely connects with Rich there, but it's still an aggressive play that has a very high chance of working out there, because even if you don't hit him with the Everfrost, you can collapse in there and look for the pick. So this turns into a ton of extra gold for Keen on the top side of the map. Drop the Rift Herald in. Gonna get an extra charge here, and this is inner turret gold now that Afrika are threatening. This is a pretty impressive start, considering where we were, 5 to 7 minutes into the game. The comeback has been insane here for Afrika. They're making more proactive plays than we normally see them do at this stage, and they've even done it while behind. They really just know how to play around this stage. Wani picks so extremely well. They're grouping often. They're looking for skirmishes because Nongshim, like I was saying before, they like to skirmish when they're on even numbers so they can set up the combo. But when these players get caught off one by one, Rich getting caught, Kellen catching himself arguably, and then Peanut just not knowing about the ward there, solo, you will get blown up.
Yeah. And it's pretty interesting. I like Afrika's chances, especially from ahead, if they can just kind of deathball, as you're talking about, grouping up together. It's really rough if you're only going to catch, like, Alistair and Sejuani with the Diana-Yasuo combo. Yeah, it'll look pretty cool, but you're not going to do a whole lot of damage. And then you have to deal with Ryze, who loves soaking pressure, the Viego as well. If it does get skirmishy, he's going to love that. The Varus, if he can have room and survive, I think Afrika will almost always win if he can survive that first Wombo combo. And if they're behind, I think it'll be a bit more difficult for Afrika to just run straight in and engage. But in terms of soaking pressure, they have a lot in this comp.
Look at all the damage that Fly is doing here to Gory. Unfortunately, just a sitting duck onto this turret. They don't know where Dread is. Keen has teleport. You have to be so careful right now. The teleport advantage that Afrika's had for a really long time now with these coming up is really scary, because even though they haven't used them yet, the threat of the teleport means that Nongshim have to play so passively right now. Dread going in.
Yeah, he really has no fear, just running straight into the brush, and now there's going to be 4 of them. 5 make it as the engage comes in. They get the Wombo combo. There's the damage. The Vanguard sends as well. But still, it's 2 members of Nongshim that went down first. Fly survives, Dread is still alive, and now it's Viego's playground again. Rich, he's trying to make the play. Heartbreaker not going to do too much, but the CC is there once again, and they have it in spades. Meanwhile, Leo's mid alone again.
Yeah, Leo is going into mid, and he's going to get a bunch of extra gold here once this turret falls down, not to mention the extra minions he's getting right now. And Duckdom dying at the beginning of that fight means that Nongshim just can't... Oh, that's a flash burn. But Nongshim can't actually do the damage to finish off those targets. They can get them low, they can have a great setup in the combo, but they're too far behind at this stage. Afrika can actually blow up Duckdom. You have to play that a lot slower. You can't rely on the Wombo combo alone anymore. This is not that type of game. You don't have that insane lead. In fact, you're significantly behind.
Okay, maybe it's Afrika who overstayed this time. Lahen's definitely going to pay the price, but at least Keen does get away. You can see Lahen's not able to get any kind of Hex Flash angle, of course. And so he does get down. They have to use a teleport, though. Or at least they did. So we'll see this play as well.
Yeah, Leo gonna catch Duckdom here, so prevents his teleport from going off, and then just straight up picks him. And he was isolated on the fight. Like, this Duckdom dying means that this fight just can't go well, right?
No follow-up damage.
So, yeah, like, when you watch this scenario unfold, like, Duckdom is trying to teleport so he can get between, he can get on the other side of Lahen's, right? And then when you see this combo come through, look at the health bars of Afrika. That's as low as they're really going to go. Like, Fly has a stopwatch, so he can actually just get out of here. And then suddenly, Viego is like, low health bars for Nongshim. I love that. That's what I'm all about, and it's some of the best champions you can reset with. You know, you get a Yasuo, you get an Aurelia, you're going to have a really fun time. And that pick on the Duckdom was massive for Leo.
Yeah, I mean, imagine they get that Wombo combo again, but then there's the Mega Bomb right on top of your entire team. Like, at least Fly and Dread are immediately dying, right? And it's a totally different fight.
And if Lahen's isn't standing exactly where he was to prevent the rotation over from Duckdom, this would have looked different too, because Duckdom had to teleport because there was an Alistair in his way. And then that allows Leo to easily interrupt and get that pick. So, great plays all around for Afrika. This is one of their best games we've watched from them in a while, and yeah, they're turning this game around.
And they're really ramping up in recent times. 3 wins in series in a row, and now they're looking for potentially another one here, at least in Game 1, as Dread extremely tanky on the Sejuani. It's not going to be easy. And look at the damage on the Kellen. He just goes down, and Forrest gets it, and now we have the Wombo combo from Afrika this time, trying to turn it around with the Moonfall, with the Yasuo. But as we've been saying, the damage is just not there anymore. And Afrika from ahead are dominating now.
If there was just a little bit more survivability on Duckdom, or if he had a little bit more damage, he would live just a little bit longer, this could look totally different once again. But now the walls are closing in on Nongshim. I mean, this is, you can't win this fight, and you had a lot of Drake Cryo here and a perfect setup. I mean, look at where Duckdom is. He's being zoned out, but he still gets a big ult off, and the combo is kind of in reverse this time, right? Gory goes in first, then you see the Diana ult, Moonfall is last, but it just doesn't matter when you can't actually get the last part of those health bars down. Gory is not going to do sustained damage. Rise, however, yes he will. Viego, if he gets a reset, yes he will.
Yeah, and he just loves all of these melee champions right in his face from ahead. He's just doing insane amounts. He's up a level here on Gory, and Gory is like, well, I don't even know if I want to fight you right now. He's just going to walk away, and that's probably the right call. They just realm warped from mid lane, by the way, as we were watching the replay. Over to Baron, they take it down, and this is extremely early on in the game that Afrika were able to pick up this buff.
Yeah, it's massive. It's crazy how the chips had fallen so in favor of Nongshim, and then Afrika grouped up, and Nongshim kind of ran into a brick wall a few times, overextended, and now suddenly Afrika have a lead, and they're playing it perfectly. And this is so rare for Afrika to see. You know, when you hit that 25-minute mark, that's where things often fall apart, but the way they're controlling the map right now, the way they're clearing vision, and also just looking for setup plays. Like Dread, this is a completely different look for him, right? He's playing a tank here. But at the same time, he's using the fact that he's so tanky to make aggressive plays around vision and to set up, you know, some baits. We're seeing it so many times here from him in this game. He's 3-2-10. He's 13 of their 17 kills. He's been involved in almost everything. Now he's got Anathemas, so he's even more difficult to kill.
Absolutely. And, you know, usually we'd see Dread with a lot more kills than assists, but not the case here, as a little bit of potential rotation down. Afrika have pretty much full control of the enemy jungle at this point in time. And you mentioned how Afrika, you know, at around 20 to 25 minutes, that's usually when things begin to fall apart. But now you've got both the Rise and the Viego who are up 2 levels on their opposing laners. This is going to be extremely difficult for Afrika to lose from here on out, as we'll see how they can close it out. They've had trouble with it in the past. But let's take a look. It's okay. Chains come down. Everfrost is barely going to miss.
Not the greatest ult here from Duckdom, but it's going to be enough to chip these health bars a little bit lower. The problem is you don't have a really strong engage opportunity here right now, and you've got to deal with this Viego that's going to take out another inner turret here. And unfortunately for Nongshim, you know, like, you've got to do something right now, but there's no opportunities with this Baron buff giving you so much control over the map as Afrika. How do you set up the engage? How do you set up the combo? You just can't from behind, not realistically at this point. And we talked about how Leo could be vulnerable in this game. Not so much, not anymore when you have the tank of Dread to prevent anybody from getting on top of him. His positioning has been so good. And for Nongshim, the health bars can go low, but they need actually people to be sent to the death chamber in this game, like in this next fight. Like, they need to get 2 kills, you know, in that initial combo. Or Ziggs has to be at full health when it's over, and he needs to finish them off. Like, there's no other way this goes well for Nongshim. And if they can't even set up the engage, Afrika just win by default. Yeah. And they built such a good comp against what Nongshim drafted. The Sejuani pick was so perfect.
Yeah, it's just amazing at soaking pressure, and especially ahead. Like, Nongshim are going to be the ones that have a bit of an onus to set something up.
Teleport.
But, now it's Peanut. He's got Flash. He's trying to get over to the blast plant, and he will with his Flash. But now you've got a Diana without Flash who's down on levels and just not in a great spot, not as fed as you would like her. It's you know, just less setup now for the next fights that you potentially would want to take.
With no Flash and no stopwatch, no Zonias here, if you want to be really mean, like Rocket Belt still on cooldown for a few more seconds, it's very unlikely that Peanut can make a proactive play here, and he will be the one who's burst down first if he goes in. So he has to rely on another engage option. Just like last time, if Gory can actually set up the ult first and Peanut can follow, maybe that's your best bet. But Afrika know about these shortcomings, and they're going to look for Soul Point here. Nice.
See how it goes. They got some vision up north, but that's about it. I like how Jonah Strong is just showing, like, okay, everything's being denied right now. They don't even know where everybody is, as they can see them now. Kellen in the pit. But total lockdown here from Afrika, and they're not rushing anything. They're just poking down. Varus can do what the Ziggs does, you know, with that lethality.
Yeah, Duckdom needs to stay alive. It's so important in this upcoming fight. Kellen's caught!
Yeah, they're going to find him again, and that's a dead Leona. And that's one more tool that's gone, and it's 4v5 now, so Nongshim, they don't want any piece of this. They just walk away, and Afrika are almost 10,000 gold ahead.
And you mentioned it, you know, the Mountain Soul is so important in this game, whether it was Mountain or Cloud, but the Mountain is going to be fantastic at surviving through that initial damage. Afrika are looking to push an inhibitor right now. They might even get more here.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the engage. It's Peanut, no flash for him, and he just gets heartbroken. As down he will go, and Afrika are looking for this. They're going to take the inhibitor and back, as they do not have Baron, and they won't overstay with the Baron about to spawn.
Yeah, they could just reset, set up for that. There's no vision whatsoever right now for Nongshim, so if Afrika could get out here in a timely fashion, it's difficult for Nongshim to actually play around that. As Dread is being very greedy here, but is going to draw a lot of the attention away. Should buy a lot of time for his teammates to back, and he'll get out. But this is a very scary moment for Nongshim, where you suddenly realize with this composition, you can't fly with broken wings, basically. They're so far behind that you're just unable to set up the combo. You don't have vision. The Observer showcased in this moment that they were blind. Like, you have to walk so far forward to get enough vision. Like, that's why the ult looks a little bit poor here. That's why Kellen is where he is.
Diana 볼게.
He's like, I'm looking for Diana. I'm looking for Diana. Boom, heart breaks in. That's a pick. That's an inhibitor. And, I mean, when you don't have any control over the map, how can you flank as Peanut? You can't, especially when you don't have flash, you don't have a stopwatch.
That was also Keen's 8th kill in his 400th career LCK game. Started off not so fun for the Viego. He got solo killed by Rich, and then he got dove 3v2 on the top side. I believe he was 0-2 to start this entire game. And now he has totally turned it around with 8 kills in a row, as has his team, of course. Rich, he just says, well, I mean, we're down so far, we might as well just try to split push. As the Realm Warp comes in, they say we absolutely have the damage to just burst down the Baron, and Nongshim
have no vision whatsoever.
Yeah.
This ward is disabled, and that is a Baron buff that goes over to a team that has such an insurmountable lead at this stage. I mean, as Nongshim, you really need a stopwatch for Diana, but you just can't get one. There's the Zhonya's finally purchased here. He finally was able to save up enough for that one, because that's going to be the big item that Nongshim need to win this fight. Duckdom also, you know, upgrades his Seraphs. That's going to be huge. Like, this is a big spike for Nongshim. They should have hit a long time ago, but they fell so far behind. They weren't able to do so. There's one chance for Nongshim to win a big fight. Get that wombo combo. Ziggs does the final damage. You get a team wipe. You could win the game. Like, it's still winnable. That's how this comp works. You can actually just steal a game away with it. But Afrika have played so well around it that I don't trust it's going to happen. I can't see it happening. I can't imagine a world in which Afrika give Nongshim those opportunities. They just stay grouped up. They push together with the Baron buff. They've got vision removed here on this side of the map. How do you set up for anything here? I mean, look, Gory's pushing top.
Keen is unbelievably fed too, so it's the easiest 4-1 that you've ever seen, right? I mean, you have some decent siege with the Varus, so you just keep the minions Baron buff. You let Leo poke a bit. If anyone oversteps their boundaries, you can engage onto them. And you just take it slow, and you let Keen, with his unbelievable pressure in the one-person lane, just do his thing. And eventually, maybe 2 people will have to go over there. And looking at this inhibitor, you see Duckdom, he's on a little bit of a timer. It's a resource as well, obviously, the mana. He's just trying to clear these waves as well as he possibly can. But eventually, he will run out. See how long they can keep up this wave clear.
Trying to hold on for 70 more seconds here, Nongshim. Then they have an opportunity to try to wrestle some of that map control. The timing of this is so perfect for Afrika because they can just walk away and grab the Mountain Soul. So as Nongshim, you really need to make an aggressive play, but you don't have opportunities to. That's why Afrika are playing this so well. And again, this is somewhat uncharacteristically great late-game macro play from Afrika. That's a terrifying thing. Gory is hoping for a knock-up here, hoping for maybe a setup. Maybe Rich could then flank with a Vanguard's angle, or edge angle, but it's not to happen yet.
Yeah, Nongshim getting more confident. Even though Afrika still with the Baron buff, they weren't really able to break open the base, and it's mainly just because Ziggs exists as a champion and they're not taking any chances, right? They could have tried to go for some kind of dive onto the turret, especially with the turret under half health. But with Mountain Soul on the line, they do not want to take that risk. And so they'll just wait for this one.
Complete
no
whiff.
damage. Yeah.
No vision here.
Leona's got a better angle here. They're trying to burst down Leo, but they can't quite follow up. He just flashes away. And the Moonfall is just, it's nothing. The Yasuo trying to do some damage, but it's not quite enough. And now Fly on the backside with the Rise just nukes everybody down, and that's going to be it. The ace comes in, and it was a foregone conclusion. Afrika stay clean till the end, and they will pick up game one.
Very great start here for Afrika Freaks, a completely different look for them, one that we've been seeing a little bit more of towards the end of regular season. But to win this game against this composition Nongshim are so practiced with, they came prepared. The Sejuani pick was great for this. They handled the early game where they were behind extremely well, positioned extremely well when they were ahead, controlled vision, and played around the objectives. I mean, in that last fight, you could see they were so ready to just survive the combo. It was just surfing the wave, you know? And that's exactly what they did. Leo just flashed away. He's like, I'm out of here. If I live, I turn around and shoot arrows and we win the game. Nobody could chase me. Nobody could get on top of me. Keen plays the game of his life on Viego. It's a comp that, you know, if you can get those resets into the composition of the Nongshim Red Force, you're going to end up getting insane value, and that he did. He was so fed. As you mentioned, no one could challenge him in the side lane. And they had almost permanent teleport advantage, Afrika did, because of the lead that they gained in the mid game.
Yeah.
I did not expect this game to look like this, and mostly because I didn't expect Afrika to be able to use this comp extremely well once we got to later parts. And
well, the early game, Nongshim were able to get a really nice lead with a couple of plays. You know, a solo kill up on the top side, the counter gank down in the bottom lane. They had the Rift Herald after the dive, 3v2 in the top side. The game was theirs, and that's where you want to be with that comp. But then they just kind of threw it away. There were a couple of plays in a row, and that's all it took. Afrika extremely solid to take that gift and turn it into a 10,000 gold lead eventually with extremely clean play, a fantastic draft into what they were looking at.
Dread played a fantastic game too. I mean, a very different look for him on the Sejuani, you know, and that's what's scary about this for Nongshim is that you kind of feel very confident that your late game is going to be fine if you fall a little bit behind. But this is the reverse scenario that's most terrifying, where you actually had a lead, made some mistakes, so then Afrika looked really strong in the late game. This type of drafting that we see from Nongshim in Game 1 is exactly the style of draft that will work against Afrika that Fly gets caught in, or Leo's out of position, or they're not all grouped up for an objective, or they don't have vision control. But Afrika checked all the boxes this game. So when you're behind, it's just not going to work.
They really came to play, and the individual talent from a couple of those players just going above and beyond, like Keen getting behind 0-2, and then he ended the game 9-2. And Dread, the flexibility that you already talked about. This is a scary Afrika team right now. They are on a huge roll towards the end of the regular season and into playoffs now, and a big statement win for them over Nongshim here in Game 1 with a massive lead. They crushed them. We'll see what happens, guys. Join us for game number 2 after a quick break.
내지 마. 레오나 위치 안 보여. 레오나.
레오나 옆에.
야 천천히 해봐.
다이나 막혀 있어. 다이나 막혀 있어.
야 좋아.
다이나부터 얘들아 천천히.
나 초식에 있어. 야 좋다 이거 좋다. 야 이래.
직스. 나 죽었어 일단.
알았어, 나 끝났어.
다 죽였어. 야 나한테 와.
끝내라.
나한테.
잘했다.
나 풀킬 다.
잘했어.
나 풀킬 다.
야이네 혼냈네. 유지요.
나가버리기.
장비빨. 감독님 불
네,
꺼주세요.
감독님 불 좀-
나이스. 할 수 있어. 레벨업. 네, 안녕하세요. 배우 조연입니다. 하지만 오늘은 일반인 원딜 유저 대표 조연으로 나왔는데요. 너무 떨리네요.
네. 이제 제가 인사하면 되겠죠?
네.
안녕하세요. 저는 LCK에서 분석가 및 해설로 활동하고 있는 고릴라 강범현이고요. 오늘 이렇게 조연님과 함께
네.
LCK 샵 리뷰를 한번 하러 왔습니다.
와!
짠!
키보드예요?
그렇죠.
되게
작죠?
되게 작은데요?
네, 키보드인데 딱 심플하게 필요한 것만 있어요. 저도 이제 프로게이머 생활을 7년 하면서 다양한 키보드를 써봤었거든요. 근데 이렇게 가벼운 키보드는 처음 봅니다. 이렇게
그러니까요.
가볍고 또
좁아요.
게이머들을 위한 키보드다 보니까 원래 이제 일반 키보드에서는 여기 넘버 패드가 있는데 그걸
넘버 패드.
없애면서 옆에 마우스를 조금 더 넓게 쓸 수 있게끔 만들어줬고 딱 실용적이게 필요한 그런 기능만 넣은 것 같아서 그런 부분이 좀 저는 좋다고 느껴졌습니다.
저는 집에 딱 이렇게 장비를 설치했을 때 디자인 중요하거든요.
그렇죠.
근데 되게 저는 제가 좋아하는 클래식한 세련된 디자인인 것 같아서 마음에 들어요.
네, 저도 이제 이거를 봤을 때 클래식한 뿐만 아니라 저희 LCK 로고
LCK 로고.
로고가 또 이렇게 스페이스바에 예쁘게 들어가 있거든요. 이런 걸 보면서 괜히 내가 역시 또 LCK와 관련된 사람이구나 또 내가 또 팬이구나 이런 감정을 또 느끼실 수 있을 것 같아요. 이렇게 케이스가 분리가 됩니다. 이 케이스가 분리가 되면서 앞으로 LCK 샵에서
네.
팀들마다 이제 LCK 같은 경우 지금 10팀이 있잖아요.
네.
10팀마다 또 색깔이 다르고 아이콘이 다르잖아요. 그런 부분에서 이 케이스를 특수 제작을 해서 제공을 할 거라고 합니다.
근데 고릴라님,
네.
저 이거 한번 교체해보고 싶어요.
교체해보고 싶으세요?
네.
알겠습니다. 그래서
ESC.
ESC로 한번 가보겠습니다.
네.
일단 케이스를 벗긴 후에 ESC를 빼주시고요.
되게 쉽네요, 이렇게.
네. 그 다음에 이거를 이렇게 꽂아주시면은 네.
너무 예쁘다.
이렇게 막 검은색 사이에서 혼자 빛나는 주황색처럼
또 이 주황색이
네.
그거 아시나? 명품 에땡?
H
네. 그런 고급스러움이 있어요.
네. 그리고 이게 ESC뿐만 아니라 QWER까지 들어가게 되면은 그
네.
포인트가 정말 있고 또 리그 오브 레전드 하면 QWER 뺄 수가 없잖아요. 그런
그쵸.
부분에서 저도 빨리 집에 가서 갖고 싶네요.
그러니까요.
네, 너무 예쁘다.
탐난다.
네. 네, 저희 LCK 레전드 키보드는요 LED 기능이 있습니다.
기능이 왜 이렇게 많아요?
LCK 레전드 키보드에 보시면 펑션 FN키가 있어요.
FN 키?
네, 이 FN키랑 엔드를 누르시면 일단 켜집니다. LCK 레전드 키보드의 LED만의 장점이라고 할까요? 특수성이 있거든요. 그거 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
궁금하다.
네, 이거 같은 경우에는 FN키랑 엔드를 누르시면 지금 LCK만의 그 연보랏빛 색상 LED가 지금 적용이 되고 있고요. 여기서 혹시 한번 펑션키랑 홈 한번 눌러보시겠어요, 같이? 그리고 한번 키보드 눌러보세요.
우와.
그렇죠. 누르는 키만 이제 저희 LCK 연보랏빛이 또 적용이 되는 그런 기능이 있고요. 한 번 더 눌러보시겠어요? FN키랑 홈.
홈.
네, 그리고 한 번 다시 눌러보시겠어요? 그럼 이제 옆으로 퍼져요.
그래서요, 고릴라님,
네.
저희가 오늘 리뷰한 LCK 이 키보드, 마우스 도대체 어디서 구매할 수 있는 거예요?
저희 LCK샵.com에서 만나볼 수 있고요. 다양한 제품, 그러니까 뭐 티셔츠, 슬리퍼 다양한 제품들이 있으니까 다들 한번 와주셔서 구경하시면 좋을 것 같고 조현님도 혹시 와주실 거죠?
당연하죠. 일단 테스트를 해봤는데요,
네.
여러분. 이거 체험해보세요. 꼭 구매하세요.
LCK 레전드를 꿈꾸는 유저분들이라면
절대 놓치지 마세요.
놓치지 마세요.
여러분, 할 수 있어. 레벨업.
welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk. This is our host, Sangyeon Lee, joined by Gorilla and Kuro.
네, 안녕하세요. 프로 이성입니다.
네, 반갑습니다.
Nongshim Radforce versus Africa Freaks is the first match to start off the LCK playoff. It's the LCK playoff day, everyone, and Africa Freaks picked up the game #1 victory. I think with this new patch, we could see the change in the jungle pick. Ninjao got nerfed, Diana also got nerfed in terms of the clear speed. So the highlight of this patch was indeed the jungle pick. I think Nongshim and Africa shared. Sometimes people say it's a stylistic mismatch, but I also think that they have a sharing concept of gameplay because they all rely on their junglers to set up for plays. Nongshim had a quick lock-in of Diana-Yasuo duo in the mid and jungle, and it was really impressive to see that Alistar was picked in terms of the support because a lot of teams actually prefer to have Braum as a counter into Leona because they saw Diana and Yasuo locked in, a very strong dive comp. Africa decided to kind of sort of deny their dive with an Alistar pick. I think Nongshim did have some good positioning in the early to the mid game by making plays with Yasuo, Diana, and also Alistar, and putting Ziggs solo down on the bottom lane. But later on, Africa kind of catched up all the lead that Nongshim had, and they turned the game around. And a lot of people highlight the importance of game #1 victory in a best-of-5 series. And the draft is the centerpiece of the kickoff of the best-of-5 series. So Nongshim had Diana Yasuo, but they kind of flustered on the fact that Sejuani can be a viable pick. So I do think that they really need to kind of go through about that potential other picks in the jungle as well at the drawing board. Now let's take a look at the first replay. We had the play on the top lane. Nongshim Radforce proactively controlled the game in the early game. Nongshim Radforce, they also had the Herald, so they wanted to raise the first turret on the top lane. So we had the cover teleport from both solo laners, and then Nongshim decided to actually focus fire on that rise, but Fly also has some great reaction to that. So Nongshim, they needed to spend a lot of time to get the kills, and their health bars were now so low. Meanwhile, Sejuani and Alistar made a rotation towards top. Nongshim, they also had the teleport priority on Ziggs, and also Africa had teleport priority on Viego, and it was a winning trade for Africa in the end. Because Yasuo and Diana didn't have their ult at that play. I think Nongshim Radforce, they were rushing a little bit. If you made a play, if you used your tempo, you have to back after getting the points you wanted, but they stayed in that lane and they got traded back by Africa so bad. And then Africa, their comp was better later on, and that kind of hurt Nongshim so bad in the late game. Africa Freaks, most of the players got so bad at that point, so they were not afraid to start off the Drake. They had nothing to lose, so they were posturing around the Drake, and this was only the second Drake for Africa. I don't see the reason why Nongshim actually focused on that objective at that point, because they could play on the side lanes when Africa was grouped up for that objective, and Kellen, he engaged onto the tanky player on the Africa Freaks. So, which means Sokdam has no appeal in that teamfight. He got chunked down, he got denied by so many Africa players. Sejuani Alistar or the beefy frontline that can deny and block the dive from Yasuo Diana, and then thanks to that, Viego was able to get so fed. I guess the highlight of each team's comp was different, and Africa's one were much stronger. The player of the game will be picked up by Kian on Viego. He started off with multiple deaths, but he managed to pick up back-to-back kills, and he was the one carrying the late game. He also had great synergy with ㅣ2021 as well. He got solo killed. It was also pretty impactful in the early game, but he went through it. He finally overcame and hit the power spike. And that's the power of Kiin. And he got a kill onto Ziggs with the bounty gold. And that was the acceleration of Kiin's scaling. And Dread's ultimate landing on Yasuo in the teamfight was also super critical. I think Africa, I can tell they did practice a lot around the ㅣ2021 comp because the way Dread kind of piloted this champion was so on point. And also, Viego with his passive auto, he can get the ㅣ2021 proc so fast as well, which is super effective as well. We're heading into game number 2 between Nongshim Bradford and Africa Freak. It's a best of 5, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation of the analyst desk. Kiin picks up 2 deaths and the 9 kills in a row to pick up POG for game number 1. As you can see, this guy, doesn't matter what you put him through, he's always going to be consistently great. And he kind of showed that off here in game number 1 amongst a lot of his teammates in that one. Afrika looked great in game 1.
Yeah, they drafted so well against a comp that Nongshim has played before. One that they showed their hand very early on with the Diana priority there, which we thought was fine. I mean, considering any type of draft that Nongshim could have brought through, but they ended up showing their Yasuo early. A ㅣ2021 pick came through, and then they drafted an Alistair. Like, they had so much peel. Leo's positioning was so good. The Viego has high risk, but what he does in a comp like this versus a composition that is going to give you those resets from behind is just insane. As Nongshim were the losers of game 1, they will choose side. They chose blue once again. See what Afrika's got in mind for this second game. I think that Nongshim is definitely going to have to draft very differently. We're going to see a completely different style out of them than trying to run the combo style. I think, you know, Nongshim, we talked about how deep the champion pools go for a lot of these players, especially Gory in the mid lane, and now it's time to showcase that you can completely pivot in a best of 5 like this after game 1 that fell by the wayside.
Yeah, Nongshim showcasing that maybe they will be giving Xin Zhao up. Yeah, they're going to take away Varus. They say that actually they would like to play Ziggs into not a Varus lane. They do not want to see Leo onto the Varus again. And they would rather play against Dread's Xin Zhao and potentially Xin Zhao and Lulu in this game. Finally been available.
Renekton ban means that Ziggs is up. It's very much not Peanut's style to play the Xin Zhao that you were mentioning. They will actually still take the Diana first here. There's a lot of options open now for Afrika. Leo not really the type of player who likes to play the Ziggs himself, and I do think with Xin Zhao being open here, it is one of Dread's best champions, one that he's very known for, one that he dominates with, and you could just go for the Xin Zhao and the Ryze here. Alternatively, could pick up another 80 carry option. Kalista, another one you could pick up early. Ryze will come through using the maximum amount of time allotted to decide what this second pick will be.
Yeah. I like when they do that. It's very limited time when there's a lot to discuss, and they're going to use every second of it if possible.
Yeah, sometimes when you see this, you worry because some of the responses are super obvious, but in this case, it's a little bit different because you don't know if Nongshim is going to run the same thing again. They could. That's very unlikely. But you don't want to pick something like ㅣ2021 this early. Well, now you definitely don't want to run the same comp as Nongshim, and the ㅣ2021 pick this early means that Nongshim have a lot of freedom to now change their drafting style completely.
You know it's great in the ㅣ2021.
Trundle.
My man, the troll Trundle.
But
he is so good into ㅣ2021.
It's a little bit awkward to pick him when you've already got a Diana.
Yeah.
You know, you can run him in a solo lane, you can run him with a support. We have seen Trundle Ziggs, in particular, be very oppressive on the bottom side, but they don't go all in on that idea. So we will see the Aurelia picked blind here this time for Rich. And
yeah, that's not getting picked
Well, yeah, I don't think so.
Are they just
Oh,
going to
please
run it
don't.
back?
I really hope not.
It's looking like Aphelios. Okay.
Well, that was a trick. They have really similar portraits, and it didn't fool any of us, but it was very scary for a moment. The Aphelios coming through. This is something I wanted to see from Nongshim last game, and they did not go down that path. Now they have a lot more late game power with this. Aphelios works very well with Diana, so the Moonfall, Moonlight Vigil combos work extremely well. Well, let's not forget the Sejuani could still be flexed to support. So there's a lot of options still available for Afrika.
It's not even Damwon in this game, but, you know, Lehen's an enjoyer of weird things himself. And, you know, could happen. I mean, you would probably want to see what they're picking on support, but you do have that option on red side. And the Ashe gets picked here into the Aphelios before the ban. That would definitely have been banned had they gone for some of their picks. So, again, a lot of focus for Afrika in these drafts for trying to figure out how to shut down Duckdom and Kellen early on in the game.
Yeah, I really do appreciate it. You know, you're controlling one of the strongest aspects of Nongshim's late game by limiting what Duckdom can do. The Braum ban here is pretty self-explanatory. We'll see what Afrika have planned here because, you know, we might get a little bit thin in terms of the support pool. Leona is the next one on the tier list, but
maybe they could pick Trundle themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's not an easy ban right now because a lot of these roles are already locked up. They'll just decide to prevent the Yasuo because if it's picked late in the draft, as it was the last time it found success, and as it arguably should have been last game, then you do have less time to react. You can't really, you know, build your comp around it at that stage. So I do like this ban. Part of the reason why Nongshim picked it early last time was because it's been so shown, and Afrika could have done this exact same thing last game if it was not picked in that first phase. As the Viego will actually be taken away and not going to target the support, but instead going to limit Keen a little bit here.
Yeah, like that ban. I mean, you just saw what Keen was able to do on that pick, and it's very difficult to ban away Keen, but it's also an AD champion who's melee for the top lane. So it's perfect with the Sejuani. It just makes sense. They're going to go with the standard here. They're going to pick up the Leona.
Yeah, they have, you know, pick priority on red side after second ban phase, so if you don't take that, they will, given the support's banned here already. Very strong with Ashe. And you mentioned the Trundle. Getting hovered here once again could definitely be something they play. I'm not a huge fan of it into this type of composition, especially with all the lockdown that Afrika have. But they're going to lock it in just the same. And this is very different than what we saw when we saw that in the bottom lane with the Ziggs, where we had the aggressive start. You are very oppressive down there. With Aphelios, not quite the same. So not a huge fan of this one yet, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Cannon will offer a lot in this draft.
Yeah, I do like the blind cannon. You're not sure what you're going into, but it's probably going to be some kind of melee AD champion up in the top side, like a Camille, like a Fiora, if we really wanted to get absolutely bonkers in this game.
Not in my LCK.
Tryndamere? No, I don't think so.
Gangplank is the other option that works extremely well with this.
There you go.
Isn't going to be as powerful in terms of, you know, flanks and split pushes, but he is so strong with Ashe and Sejuani, and honestly with Ryze as well, in terms of what he can do globally with his ultimate. You slow, so then you can set up Sejuani to get in there, get on top of somebody, toss an ult in, Ryze can hit his root. So extremely strong. Scales very well with the Ryze too. Damage profile is good. Decent matchup into the Kennen. We've seen this actually go very well for Gangplanks a lot of the time. And remember, when you have a matchup like this too, it's very volatile. If the Gangplank gets ahead, you really fall behind in this game, and you're not going to be able to have as much power mid. And this is Rich, so if he makes even one mistake, gets punished, or tries to get aggressive and get a kill, as we've seen Rich do many times this year and across his career in League of Legends, it can definitely backfire. So very volatile draft here for the side of Nongshim, and it's very similar to what their draft was last time. It's not the same kind of, you know, wombo combo with the Yasuo. However, it is going to be Moonfall, Vanguard's Edge, Slicing Maelstrom, with Aphelios trying to do the same damage that Ziggs was doing in the previous game.
Yeah.
I personally like Afrika's draft a lot better. I think it's a lot more well-rounded.
It's extremely balanced, like you said, and it's again champions that we've already seen these players dominate on so far. You get Fly back onto the Rise. You have Keen onto the Gangplank, which is extremely scary. We already saw what Dread was able to do with the ㅣ2021 in game number 1, and it just fights really well into sort of, you know, heavy team fighting comps on the other side as well. You consider like Nongshim running straight into a Rise and a Cannon Barrage and a really nice kind of phalanx that you can set up with the Leona and the ㅣ2021. It's not going to be easy. I think there will be some pressure on Duck Dom, especially later on in the game, to do some carrying if Afrika do a good job of denying too many team fights.
There weren't a lot of great options, like top-tier options for support. The Thresh was banned away. You know, Braum was banned by Nongshim. So going for the Trundle here with Exhaust is another great alternative in this particular draft, but it doesn't feel very strong. It's not going to be the oppressive Trundle in lane where you have the Halo Blades, like I was talking about earlier, but it's pretty strong into ㅣ2021 in general, as you were pointing out when it was first hovered.
And Leona.
And Leona, yeah. And it is going to be something that if Nongshim have a really nice engage, can kind of win more in those team fights. And if he starts to get ahead early or helps his team get ahead early, it is a draft that can steamroll a game. Just like last game, as long as you hold on to that lead.
Yeah. I think people just, in general, they realized how much utility Trundle has as a champion. And that's why we're, you know, there weren't too many changes as far as I can tell. But he just came right back into the meta. And I feel like Pillar is one of the best abilities in the game, as Keen is, of course, doing level 1 Gangplank things.
Yeah, the Pillar is so good.
Yeah, it allows you to have the flexibility to not only play him in the jungle, but also in the support role more often, especially with the tank support meta. It just makes sense in a lot of areas, and as you were saying, with all those support bans into the Leona and ㅣ2021, it ended up being the best choice.
Yeah, the thing about his kit is just so good regardless of items.
He's going for the kill. Not quite going to get it, but he gets a response flash. And you want to extend that level 1 on Gangplank as long as possible.
Oh, absolutely, and Rich is going to have to teleport back to lane. It's a really nice advantage to grab early on. Especially when you consider the style of play with Dread. He might pay a visit up there to the top lane, especially if Rich is aggressively trading. Which the positioning of Rich is part of why Keen was able to do a lot with this level 1. It's obviously partially due to the matchup, but Rich did kind of dash forward and Keen was in the brush, so couldn't actually hit him there. And then Keen ended up trading very nicely. These dashes forward sometimes can really cost you, actually, in fact, as Kennen. Dread, look for the steal here with Gory nearby. This is pretty risky.
This is an immediate response from Gory, as you can see. The ㅣ2021 will dodge it, and Dread just laughs at them. Of course, Peanut was able to get the blue buff because of it, and it's not a huge commitment from Gory to just walk on over. He can catch this wave. But at the same time, you can see that they're trying to make use of the Ashe. They're trying to get in the face of the Diana.
He misses
the mindset.
He misses 2 minions and a Cannon. Cannon will be playing in the semifinals.
I miss Canyon.
I miss Canyon too. It's been a little while. But yeah, it ends up being really nice because Dread doesn't lose anything from this at all. Could just go straight back to his Raptors and he'll be totally fine. Walks on the ward and is pinged, but if this goes well for Dread and he gets the steal, he gets a massive lead. So you know, we talk about these types of plays all the time in the LCK, like low risk, high reward, and certainly an opportunity he looked for. As this is still looking great for Keen on the top side of the map. Did, of course, go back and buy his teleport used, so no longer having that advantage.
Kellen making his way all the way up to the mid lane alongside of Lehens and Dread. We're just saying hello. Bottom side, while the Aphelios was gone, you can just go for that. Leo here, he's soaking all of that XP up, though, and he's in a great spot. Both of these guys picking up their Vamp Scepter. This bottom lane probably shouldn't have too much action, you would imagine. The Trundle kind of shut things down from the Leona a lot of the time with the Pillar. Great at just denying engages, and so might just see a bit of pushing back and forth.
Yep, not to mention that, you know, Aphelios isn't really going to be able to be a playmaker himself early. Ashe's slow is going to make it a lot more difficult. A little bit of a Calibrum shot in there. Nothing too crazy, as you mentioned, and It's a very passive early game from these two teams outside of Keen's flash forward. And that's kind of what you expect. Both of these drafts have really different strengths in the late game. I think Afrika's is kind of apparent in terms of its safe, slow, extended teamfight damage. The damage throughput is way higher, whereas Nongshim is a little bit more reliant on those hard engages, their CC, and getting on top of the carries of Afrika.
Yeah. The other part of that invade from Dread is that it kind of sets up so much pressure for Keen as well. It keeps him incredibly safe. You have your jungler up on the top side. You're reading where the enemy jungler is. He has a control ward down, and it's just allowing him to abuse this top lane right now. Up a lot of CS already after getting the trade of flashes, which keeps him safe again as well.
When Keen, you know, is putting that pressure on, he has that control ward, and then when Rich finally decides to go clear it, he's like, wait, we're just going to go ahead and take a Drake for free, because it's so easy to take that advantage and then know where Peanut is. And Peanut is, of course, trying to steal Krugs right now, but that's not going to be the same value. Well, that's the Drake, and he's looking for a play now.
Yeah, no flash, but he should have his oranges. Doesn't look like he was able to use it. Trying to trade back, and he saves it, actually. The damage from the cannon barrage and the shot to Peanut means he has to back off. And now we have a Realm Warp coming in from Afrika. They want to punish this hardcore, and that they will. They get the one, and they should get the two here as Fly will have to run away, and they give the kill over to Keen's gangplank of everybody right after they got the Infernal Drake.
And Gory is going to be able to get a plate here, but that is really all that Nongshim are going to be able to trade back out of this, and maybe a Rift Scuttle there as well going over to Kellen. But you have so much control over the game as Afrika right now because of the top matchup. And it's something we talked about from this beginning is Keen is the better laner. You give him a counter into this Kennen in the Gangplank. Again, not necessarily a straight-up hard counter, but does play very well early on. And that early control he gets means that when resources are committed here, you get so much more on the map. They had already gotten the Drake, so Peanut felt desperate. Wasn't able to hit 6 off of the Krug, so isn't able to ult here. If he has his ult, he at least is able to kill Keen. But you're playing against a comp that can rotate so well, and I feel like we're seeing Nongshim fall into the same traps this game as they did last, where, yeah, you commit up here, you look for a kill onto Keen, he plays it well, and then Realm Warp punishes you. This is not the first time we've seen this in this best of 5. And now, you know, Fed Gangplank early on, now he's got his Sheen. He's going to be very annoying to deal with here as Rich.
Yeah. And right now in the current League of Legends meta, the blue side is the best side, right? We're back to this, as it has been for many years. And it just makes you wonder, this is perfect for Afrika. I mean, you just give counterpick to Keen every single time? Sure. I mean, it sounds pretty good, right? And 2 times in a row now, we're going to see potentially Keen popping off in a huge way.
Control ward on this Rift Herald means that Afrika do know about this, and they're going to rotate up very quickly.
Yeah, Nongshim trying to force this. They want to get a big objective back. And let's see, no cannon barrage right now.
Arrow?
The arrow is coming in, and it's going to hit Gory right in the front, but here's the slicing Maelstrom, gets rooted down immediately. Vanguard Sense, though, and a big wombo comes in from Nongshim. The turn is huge. Lots of low health bars, though, as Keen is running straight at them. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here, but he's baiting them into Leo. And Leo and Fly together are kiting everybody down, and nobody's got any health anymore, so Nongshim not able to get away from this one as Gory will go down. Thankfully, they got the Rift Herald because they didn't get much else.
They certainly did not. And this is really a tough comp to fight against when you start to get low health bars, because Ashe is going to guarantee that your escape is basically impossible with her slows. So this is a great turn when you do see this fight, you know, happen here. The arrow comes through, and then Gory, there's not enough damage to finish him off. Rich does end up setting up the slicing maelstrom here. Look at Peanut's turn. Like, the ult is fantastic, but everybody's so low now that you're really hard-pressed to actually continue to fight. And yes, Keen does kind of face plant into this fight, but it doesn't matter because he baited everybody in and the Ashe slows come through, yeah. So it ends up being, you know, a fairly even trade, but what's important is that Nongshim do get the Rift Herald, and that's going to be a lot of extra gold. Where they use it is a little bit up in the air right now, because I think Aphelios is the one who could benefit the most from it right now, but it's not going to be easy to actually set that up on the map.
Yeah. It's hard when you get that objective, but you don't have any control anywhere, because it's like, well, we haven't gotten a lot of plates, so we can't potentially push for first blood turret. We don't have a lot of vision, so potential for counterplay is pretty big. It's you know, it's good you got that objective, but then again, you got to follow up with something off of the back of that, and it's definitely not the top lane, unless they want to do a big rotation up there, but Realm Warp available, Fly's going to have teleport, Keen can have teleport back into the fight. It's rough, and anywhere you try to fight now, the Gangplank from ahead has Cannon Barrage. This is not a enviable position for Nongshim right now.
Yeah, no, it's not great, and with the lack of opportunities you have, it makes you feel even more frustrated in a situation like this too, because you're falling behind early. You know, your comp is obviously better from ahead, especially Peanut is really going to want to have, you know, a pretty stable early game to kind of start to get advantages, but he's actually kind of losing control of his jungle right now, and it's scary because if you use the Rift Herald and get shut down like we saw last time, you know, you commit in and then you end up getting collapsed on from another Realm Warp and end up losing players, then you lose control of the Drake with it. It's really scary to think about what could happen, especially after a game like game number 1. Your mentality is a little bit under duress here. It will just group up for the Drake without using the Rift Herald, but it's not going to be a free take.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Cannon Barrage available, and they're getting corralled in, but at the end of the day, it is just a Cloud Drake, and it looks like Afrika don't want to force anything. They have so much pressure in the top lane right now with Keen. They just say, okay, and go ahead and take it.
It's a solo Cloud Drake, so it's important in that it would have pushed them closer to Soul Point, but don't need it in isolation as yet.
Some target practice.
Sure.
Going back to the targets rather than the trundles, I guess, after this one.
He was using the Wiimote when he was doing that. He had motion controls on, he's going to have to disable that.
Yeah. Good he figured it out early on in the game, right?
Yeah. Just got to open your pause screen real quick.
Switch to a mouse, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the top pressure they have is not going to lead to a huge advantage, but the volatility of this game for Afrika is it really opens up if you lose a fight. Like, you kind of flip your lead instantly on a Cloud Drake when you could just stay ahead and be fine. So we'll be dropped in the mid lane. And there's already a big rotation to deal with it.
Yeah. This is the thing. I mean, Fly saw this coming for about 15 seconds, right? So they know when this is going to be dropped. They know the timer on it, and they're here and ready. The most this is going to get, unless they pick someone off, is 2 plates.
Yeah. Not to mention that, you know, Rich, he has to walk down to help pressure this because Keen has Barrage and Teleport, so Rich was out of lane. Doesn't do anything to support the push, unfortunately, but he has to be there. It's kind of a requirement because if he's top, then he could just get out-rotated, so that ends up getting an extra plate over to Afrika. So while Nongshim get 2 plates, Afrika at least trade back 1, still maintain a pretty massive lead. Not the over 1,000 they had before, but it's still pretty close. And I mean, look at this Gangplank lead. 1,500 gold for Keen already. And it's only going to get worse from here.
It's so gigantic. I mean, it's pretty much more than half of a big item at this point in time. And yeah, he interrupted his build. He went for a Hex Drinker first, but when you're up against Kennen and Diana, if you don't die in your Gangplank, you're going to end up doing more damage anyway. So you get the survivability. You're able to survive the Wombo combo, and then you turn things around with gigantic barrels with your eventual items that you'll pick up, and it's not going to be a fun time for Nongshim.
When they already have, you know, dove him once, and he was able to survive and be fine, they punished there with a Realm Warp, you know, okay, well, I should be aware that this is a possibility. And of course, he's playing Gangplank into Kennen. He knows how this works, but it guarantees that you can both continue to punish the enemy laner while also being safe and having the potential to survive long enough to maybe have another Fly teleport come in and trade a kill. So it feels safe in one way, but it's oppressive in another, actually, this build.
Yeah.
Keen.
Oh, it's definitely the right choice. Definitely like it. And one thing to mention while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, Afrika, if they lose here in this series, they will not have any chance to make Worlds. They will not have enough points, enough championship points in the LCK. They will be out. And they will be out of the LCK playoffs as well if they lose, obviously. If they win, then they absolutely do make it into the gauntlet. So this is do or die for them and their LCK chances for playoffs, but also for Worlds. They need this win. And they're playing like it. This is some of the cleanest play we've seen from Afrika, as Nongshim with that pillar, they're getting a lot of value here, trying to burst down Gory, but he's got that W rolling, and he stays alive for an incredibly long amount of time, but he has to get away, as they will pick off Kellen, or Lahans rather, but that is it, as Rich is on the backside. Dread, though, going straight to the Aphelios. Fly is able to pick him off at least. As you can see, Peanut is desperate to get something going, but nothing will happen for Nongshim, as Leo now going 1v2. He still has the shield bow, and that is going to be a huge fight win again here for Freaka.
It's going to be a turret here to the top lane, maybe even more. They could drop the Herald almost straight away if they want to. They have so much control over the map right now, and this is great front-to-back team fighting here for Freaka with a comp that's excelling at that style of play. Skeen will eat a turret shot, but we'll be okay. And I gotta say, this is really starting to feel like Nongshim mentally are falling apart, which is not something I thought I'd be saying going into this best of 5, especially considering how many tough opponents they crushed and how clean they looked throughout the entirety of this season. At first, it looked like Gen.G was going to be the most consistent team. I think that actually became Nongshim as time went on. But this comp is such a tanky front line. So yeah, you put up the pillar here, but then you don't have great engage options. And look at the collapse here onto Gory. Meanwhile, Rich is just not even here.
He's fighting with Keen.
Yeah, if he is actually able to set up for a Slicing Maelstrom in this moment, it's great, but he can't. And then Peanut flashes this to try to look for a kill. Hexdrinker value is actually insane. Like, he tries to kill Keen here, and he just walks away.
Yeah.
And then, like, Leo's had a sleeper series so far. The guy's positioned where he needs to be. His slows are so incredible in this type of fight. I think it gets way harder before it gets easier as Nongshim right now in this game. And I would almost say that, like, this is an nearly unwinnable game for Nongshim if things continue like this.
It just feels like a little bit of a collapse, as you're saying, you know, and that pressure is beginning to get to them. Peanut has been so good at calming this team down in awkward situations when they're under pressure, when they're behind. But unfortunately, so far in the series, we haven't seen much. And I'm not saying it's Peanut's fault, but from the team as a whole, not really able to get things going. And Afrika, they've reached the next level. They're peaking right when they need to.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time to be at your best form all season.
It's the exact opposite we saw from, you know, DRX last season. It feels like, you know, felt like DRX. A lot of people were like, "Wow, this is a big overperformance," but they lose in playoffs, and it felt really tragic. But a lot of people were saying, "Well, DRX very weak at the end of regular season. You know, they're one of our weakest playoff teams." Afrika, people were saying that about them. And there people were shocked they were going to make playoffs, and then the very end of regular season they impress. Is Dread, yeah, really deep.
I think they actually easily could have dove him, but they didn't have vision on him. And there was options for double teleport to the bottom side. As now Fly, big Everfrost, but there's still a lot of pressure on him. The damage not quite there. Peanut desperate, but the Realm Warp gets him to safety. See you later. One-way ticket out of the river, and he will be totally fine.
Yeah. Now everyone on Nongshim is extremely low. I mean, not extremely low, but fairly low, and can actually continue to push the issue. We'll lose control over this Drake pick for the time being. And yeah, this is a composition that Nongshim are running that is once again based on tempo. And when you lose control of the top lane so early, that's been the biggest issue here in both games. Is the pressure that Keen has been putting off is really limited Peanut's options. He's not able to be aggressive up there. This time, after one failure, they just dropped it. They were like, we're not going top anymore. As we watch this setup here, the arrow is so clutch, and he just gets to Everfrost and teleport out. He's like, I'm getting out of here, I'm going to live, and that he did.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, if he didn't teleport all his teammates out, they may have been able to retaliate, right? As, speaking of which, here's Duck Dom, huge Gravitum Moonlight Vigil, but it's still, the damage isn't there as Dread is gonna find that backline. He's so tanky, they're all putting damage into this Sejuani and nobody can kill him, as now Gory is desperate to get somebody, gets the one kill onto the Ashe, but look at everybody else on Nongshim is zoned away, as they will not even be able to pick up Dread. At the same time, though, it's a 1-for-1. Rich getting some damage up on the top side, at least.
Yeah, but they're going to push the same sort of damage on the bottom side themselves. Keen is going to stay down here and continue the push for a moment. At the top side, you see, looks like Dread was considering going over there. They're just going to send a teleport Fly up to deal with this. There's no response, unfortunately. No teleports available for Nongshim to clean up the bot push, so this doesn't end up actually really being a favorable trade. And this is the first time a fight looks clean for Nongshim, right? The Moonlight Vigil engager with grabbing him is massive because you get the double root. But Leo is still fine here. Lehen's tanks so much, and he does so much damage that Dread feels very confident he can actually come over here and turn. The problem is that Fly doesn't get here until a little bit too late. But when this fight is basically perfectly started for Nongshim, like the best fight you could ask for, and it still kind of goes awry, you could really see the state of the game. Like, Gory is unable to get out of here. And if that's the best you can hope for right now, I've got bad news, you know, for how this comp is going to work, because there's so much disengage, there's so much peel. I think Nongshim really need to draft a different style here, because Peanut carrying the game has worked for them a lot of the time with these AP champions, the Diana and the Nidalee especially. But when you don't have the freedom to farm, you know, extremely well because your opponent is one of the most aggressive counter junglers in the LCK and Dread, your top lane where you wanted to be aggressive has collapsed and fallen apart because that's your weakest matchup across the game. You have to draft differently, I think. And I think that they really are going to have to adapt going to the third game, even if they win this, even if they have a miracle comeback. I think that Afrika are really putting it to them in terms of shutting down this style of play. The Sejuani pick is this insanely cool adaptation that Afrika have brought to this best of 5. And Nongshim just don't seem to be ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, a lot of damage coming out here. Even the cannon barrage
Bye-bye.
going on in, and Fly just nukes him down. He was 4-0-3. Now he's got 5 kills on the rise. And I don't know anybody that can stop him. Rich basically doesn't exist in this game right now. It's pretty rough for the solo laners of Nongshim. They have no way to really be proactive or get anything done. And Afrika have total control.
What Dread can do in this game, the same way he did last game, is look at all these control wards on the map. He can just walk forward and clear wards. They can place deep warding. And Nongshim can't do the same. Like, as Peanut, you can't really safely clear wards or place deep wards, because if there's a big rotation with the teleport advantage that Afrika has had pretty much this entire time, or Realm Warp, you get punished, you're on the wrong side of the map, and then Afrika gets an objective. But because they have so much vision, as Rich, you don't have the ability to even flank in later team fights. As you watch this, I mean, it's just incredible communication. I mean, it's a pretty simple kill, and Rich isn't even really overextended, but don't have vision of that brush, and Everfrost is pretty good, plus Cannon Barrage. Yeah, there's communication there between, you know, the solo laners to make that happen.
Absolutely. And when you're playing into a comp like this, basically everybody who's not the AD carry has to go Merc Treads, and it's rough because, yes, Fly is very fed, but that damage profile we talked about makes it even more annoying. You pick up that you're not able to deal with the gangplank up at the top side. You're not able to deal with the Ashe and the millions of auto attacks that are going to be coming out. It's just another piece of the puzzle, just a little one, but everything stacks on each other. And now, with all that vision control and CC, they're looking for more ganks. They're looking for Gory here. Pressure into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Fly could have collapsed in there if they do find him. He actually decides to stop his back, but he's on a ward. And danger ping is coming down as well. Like, Gory, stay away. Yeah, this game is just so easy for Afrika now to pull off. Like, you just position your carries well, and it's very difficult to lose. And, like, Rich doesn't have enough warding to flank teleport in this upcoming fight, which will be... It's in 3 minutes, but it will be Mountain Soul into this comp. Like, I can't imagine how things could be worse, really, at this stage in time.
Yeah, it's very true. So you already have tanky members, and they're just going to get even more value out of those Drakes. As here we go, the engage comes in, that arrow going to hit the cannon, and Rich will barely survive, but he has to flash. And this is before the fight even really broke out, okay? Afrika, they commit some cooldowns, yes. But at the end of the day, if you're easily going to be able to push the enemy team away just like that, it's still a nice little win.
Yeah, and Fly is free farming top, then you can just back here. There's no objective that you lose after these ults go down. Most of these ults on relatively low cooldown as well that you do commit. So it's actually totally fine. Now this is kind of cool. I like this because you know that there's no wards in here. You were able to verify that.
Well, they saw Peanut. He had to clear one of those control wards, but Dread, it's going to take him a little while to come on over here, but they have teleports ready to go. Somebody teleported up to the wave as they're looking for a little bit of a flank. Nongshim commit heavy onto this one, and here comes Dread. He's not going to be able to get the smite, though, but they kill Rich before before the fight even begins, big moonfall comes in though. The wombo combo from Nongshim. Is it enough? Is the question. Tukdom is going crazy. It does so many carries of Afrika, and they find the wombo in that fight, and they turn it immediately onto Afrika.
Fantastic play here from Nongshim. You clear the wards, you have enough vision advantage, you know the timing of these backs is coming through for Afrika, and you know you have those ult advantages that we just talked about. Those things put together, the vision that you have there means that you can actually go for this play, and you do still have a great team fighting composition, even from behind, if you can set up the combo when you have a desperate engage. And this goes wrong for Afrika because they don't get to play their game. Dread has to go over the wall here to look for a steal. You don't really have that sort of phalanx setup that we've seen from Afrika in every single fight. You mentioned Keen teleporting to the top of the fight. Means he's trying to set up barrels here, but he does very little until he can actually close the gap here. And look at this combo. Moonlight Vigil Moonfall. It's a full moon tonight. Nongshim are going to be able to take the fight. They bring themselves back to this game, and for the first time in forever, they will be able to take map control.
It's crazy that just like that, I mean, they get the Baron. This makes this an even game for now. Still, Afrika are on soul point. They still have extremely fed carries, but the swing back, I mean, look at that gold difference graph. That's about 5,000 gold that just got shored up in one play. And, I mean, the amount of chakram damage and what Tukdom was able to do in terms of his positioning after his team was able to set up that play, it's so dangerous. And you can begin to see glimpses of what this comp is able to do that we just have not seen at all in the series.
And it's also a look behind the curtain of recent Afrika form to old Afrika in terms of desperately reacting to this not being thorough on vision control, because you could have actually looked to try to clear some of that vision out on your way out when they did decide to back as Fly.
Okay, there's a one-on-one. We got Leona around, but a little bit too slow, and Gory's full health just 1v1s him down. Fly not ready for that one.
Yeah, very greedy here. You know, his side laning so far has been pretty easy to pull off because, you know, they've been so ahead, and he has had so much other pressure on the map to keep himself safe. But doing this into a Baron buff your way out there, you're going to get punished. The rotation is swift, and that's one of your carries down as Afrika. When this Mountain Drake is up, Nongshim are going to be able to take this, you know, essentially for free because nobody can come and contest. You've got to deal with the mid-wave. And these are the kinds of moments we talked about, and I felt bad about saying after we had two such great games from Afrika, the second one still ongoing, but Afrika do make mistakes like this where they don't control vision of objectives right before somebody sneaks one or Fly gets caught, right? These are like things that you accept to be true in the late game for Afrika, and this is the first time Fly gets caught in this series, just out very greedy. Like, where are you at? No teammates anywhere. You know, you have Realm Warp, so as Rise, sometimes you can get away with that. But, I mean, he was like, he could touch the turret with his hand. He was so close to it. That's how far up he was.
Well, he had Lens there, but the Leona, I don't even think she would have been able to do much. Maybe exhaust, but maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming through, not able to help out there and Fly, assuming that that would help a little bit more than it actually would have. As now, Nongshim, you could see the confidence behind them. Cannon Barrage used just to clear a wave. And this is a totally different game we're on now.
Oh,
Nongshim in the lead. This is feeling more like old Nongshim. Generally, they don't get pummeled as hard in the early game, but, you know, they're back here when it matters.
And
Tukdom's
on his Aphelios. You know what that means. Peanut's on his Diana. He's got items. Watch out, Afrika. You've got to play this one very passively here. The arrow going to connect.
Okay, they have a lot of stuff to throw in, but look at the damage, and the Moonfall follow-up is gigantic, and now we have going forward is Nongshim. They might have just won the game off of this. They don't quite have a wave, but that is still a massive team fight that they take.
4 dead, and all off of the attempt to kill Rich. Leo tosses in the arrow, and the idea is we can blow up this cannon, and if we can get that kill, maybe we can actually take the fight, because you can't collapse in. Oh, Lehens is going to be the 5th to fall.
He's trying desperately to stop the wave, but he can't.
And if you get the pick onto Rich, you know, that's how you can actually collapse as Afrika, because Rich is the perfect collapse deterrent with this push, because the Slicing Maelstrom just stops you from going in. It's a really nice setup there with the arrow and the Sejuani ult, but at the end of the day, it's going to cost you.
They're going to end it. For it. Dread is here, though, and Leo is as well. Lehens
is also here, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, he stopped the 2 ranged minions. But yeah, it's Nongshim basically choosing safety over a potential flip over the Nexus.
Watch
That's
how,
fair.
Look at where Rich is. His positioning is very risky and greedy. And if you can blow up the cannon here, then you can actually look to the fight. But look at the Moonlight Vigil. And then you had just follow up Moonfall. It's too much damage. Cannon ult here is not as great as it necessarily could have been, but the fight's over before Rich presses R. So the idea was good for Afrika, but it was so risky because of the damage output and the combo potential there.
Yeah, if you have something like a Thresh or someone who can like hook after an arrow, something like that, I feel like it could have gone a little bit better, pull in the cannon. But your range damage is basically Leo and kind of Fly, but you can't really get close enough at that point in time, otherwise you get turned on just like we just saw. So you can't really go for plays like that, even under your own turret. And I think Afrika, now they know just how far behind they are. And it's crazy because it is only 3,000 damage, but at this point they haven't proven that they've been able to shut down Duckdom at all.
Yeah. No, it's insane what he's going to be able to do potentially. And once again, Nongshim have this vision control over the Baron pit. Afrika have to be so much more careful this time about how they approach. At least this time they know about it and aren't going to be just looking to put a Sejuani over a wall. They can actually slowly move forward here and look to front to back this.
Yeah.
I say slowly, but it's going to have to be a little bit faster.
Yeah, Duckdom's getting in there. He has the Crescendum, and he is not stopping for anyone. The Pillar forces Dread to go backwards, and now the smite is not exact, but it doesn't matter because there was no threat from the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and Fly had to clear the bottom wave. If he doesn't deal with that, that starts getting on top of the Nexus turrets. He had teleport, but as soon as he showed himself there on bot, they were like, yep, no, we should commit to this. We don't even have to turn with 5v4. There's no way Afrika can engage. That is one of the things about Afrika's comp, is even though it has Arrow and Sejuani combos with the Cannon Barrage and Solar Flare, you don't really walk towards Nongshim's comp. Like, Nongshim would love for you to do that. So even though you have a lot of tools, like we saw attempted to pick Rich with, if you actually come in, Nongshim will just absolutely destroy you. So when you're behind positionally, like Afrika were, both times on the Baron pit, they just can't walk towards it. They can't take that fight. Nongshim abusing the strengths of their composition here in the late game. Now he's going to sit on these Baron waves and try to threaten a second inhibitor, and then maybe even the game with it. Peanut going to get this Drake.
He's just chilling out with the Drake. I guess he'll have some help from Duckdom. It'll be nice to get that to spawn as soon as possible. You don't want to deal with 6-item Gangplank and Rise anyway, even though you do have some really nice scaling on your own side.
And they've got good wave clear Afrika do to kind of hold off this pressure. It's going to be, as long as they're within their base, they should be able to stave this off. Nongshim are not going to be able to win off of minions. They will still have to fight. But with that extra Mountain Drake, so much easier.
Oh and you can see the power of barrels, the power of Calibrum. There's a lot of poke coming in here from both teams. Afrika doing a decent job of surviving, but their base is not. And that's really the issue. Second inhibitor going to go down here.
Peanut has his ult. You've got to respect it. But at some point, Afrika have to do something. They have to engage. They have to look for a pick onto Rich again. Something, anything.
Hey, they're going to find Peanut, but the Zhonya's is good enough. And the Cannon Barrage, not enough damage either. And Rich is going to find the angle on the right side. He gets it done. As the Moonfall now just for the cherry on top. And Nongshim proved that no matter how far behind or what is happening in the game, they can and will make a comeback. And here we go. We got our series tied at 1.
And again, a little bit of a glimpse at the Afrika that can make those small but critical mistakes in the post-25, post-30-minute world. One of our analysts last season in spring was calling Afrika, like they were a 25-minute team or something like that. Once you get to that point in the game, like they just can't function. And Leo, I think, is a big change that has made them look better in the late game because his positioning has overall been better than Bang's from what we saw in spring. And it's a team that, especially in Game 1, as we saw, but in the last series we saw from them, the last few in regular season, they have looked better at taking their advantages to push through to big win conditions. But this game took a big turn when Afrika used ultimates to look for a pick, got a flash, and then decided to back without thoroughly confirming vision on the Baron. They all went back. Nongshim saw this tiny window, cleared the last ward, looked for a Baron, And then Afrika were not willing to let that Baron go. They committed anyways into a team fight composition that loves for you to run at them. Like, Nongshim absolutely love those types of turns. And in those two instances, the game flips on its head. Nongshim play out the following team fight well. Suddenly we have a tied series on our hands.
Peanut's got his hands on the controls. He's showing the team what's up, and he even like waves off the ref. He's like, not now, not now. We have some work to do. And you know what? I mean, Afrika make a mistake, but Nongshim to have the mental fortitude just to stick in the game and the presence of mind to identify that tiny sliver, the timing for them to come in there and make that play happen was, it was basically picture perfect. And once again, you know, Peanut hasn't been having the greatest series, but at least calls are made in the late stages of the game by Nongshim that always seem to work out.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the big things they've upgraded from Spring with is making good calls, making decisive calls. One of the reasons why, regardless of playoff results, if we send this team to Worlds, I feel pretty confident about how they're going to do internationally because they are so decisive when it matters most, even from behind.
Well, definitely a good look to get the win on the board, but very curious to see how the rest of the series is going to turn out. We got a best of 3 for the rest of it, guys. Join us for Game 3 after the break.
한번 이거 얘들아 기둥 깔고 1회 던지면서 해보자.
혈통 한번 조심해.
앞에 공 쓰면서.
공 한번 쏠게. 혈통.
나 상관없어. 나 솔직히 다 집었어. 나 절대 상관없어.
가자.
레시피. 사원나
세정에
깨면서.
빨게. 세정에 빨게.
라이즈 빡. 레이즈 빡. 얘만 잡고 끝내자. 죽이실 분. 상점권 한다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 나이스. 잘 싸웠다. 나이스. 다행이다.
Nongxin Red Force showed the theme of their gameplay. The Baron teamfight was the one they needed to turn the entire game around. I think Nongxin kind of realized that the issue in game number 1 draft was about Varus, not Sejuani. Sejuani doesn't have the priority in the early game, whereas Varus is a champion that can always get priority. So Nongxin removed that early on, and Afrika decided to play Ashe, another strong lane pick. Once again, Afrika had the lane priority in all 3 lanes, and they snowball off of it really well. But Nongxin's team fight came online around the Baron time, and they turned the entire tide around. Nongxin Red Force has a comp that they can counter Afrika, and also they have a late game power spike for sure. Whereas Afrika, they need the early snowball. They did win the early game. They were playing according to their draft, but that one play around Baron was the play of the game and the play that earned them a victory. Afrika in game number 1, they had Varus, the core of their poke comp. However, Ashe is not a champion that is actually on an even footing with Aphelios or Varus in the late game, and that adjustment on the bottom lane draft was the centerpiece of Nongxin's victory. You had some early accidents happening on the top lane, and Afrika won the trade with a huge margin. It all started off with this mid lane matchup. Ryze is a champion that can always get prio against Irelia, so he was able to get the minion shoved in, so Gori decided to actually freeze the wave. Ryze once again have another push on the mid lane, and then he rotates towards top together with Sejuani. Meanwhile, Nongxin was looking for a kill on the top lane, but he managed to survive. And Ryze, he has a very high mobility with his ultimate, so this counter ganked together with Dread was really on point. I'm pretty sure this was a miscommunication with their mid laner on the side of Nongxin. Thanks to that, Ryze didn't feel any pressure of a potential gank. He was able to rotate towards top and pick up a kill very easily. Nongxin was so in a desperate position to match the strength of Afrika all game long, but they threw a shot around the Baron and they managed to take the game away after this victorious teamfight. Aphelios got collapsed on by multiple ultimates. Everything Afrika got was thrown on top of Dokdam, but he survived. And Aphelios is a champion that has a very good survivability and sustainability as well. So Nongxin realized that most of the major cooldowns on the side of Afrika, or every cooldowns, were down. So they knew that this is the power spike that they have to capitalize on. Even if they don't take the objective, they have to go in for a team fight. And Afrika were like, we're leading the game and they're trying to take the Baron. We're just gonna go in to deny this. But Afrika, they didn't have any tool to open teamfight, and most of their ultimates are so relevant to a teamfight damage output. Outside of Ryze, everyone needs their ultimate in order to fight this kind of a 5-on-5. And this choice, this decision, if Nongxin wins the entire series, this is what kind of earned them the round 2 bye. Nongxin Red Force didn't let the chance slip away. Dokdam is the player of the game too, on Aphelios. Kanki on the Korean cast said this is not an easy game for Aphelios to do damage because there's arrows, there's watermelons falling on top of his head, but he managed to find the small opening heading into the late game, and he was the menace as the time went by. Unlike Ashe, he is weak in lane, but he's so good in the late game teamfight. He can carry a teamfight versus Ashe. She is decent in the early game, but she doesn't really have the same amount of presence in the later game. And with that Baron fight, Aphelios finally came online, and this Moonlight Vigil was, I thought this was like 2 years or 1 year ago. The damage output was so big. Dokdam picked up 10 votes out of 12 with that Aphelios performance. He was indeed the hyper carry on the Nongshim squad, and we're heading into game number 3. It's an easy, even matchup for both of the two teams, so I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for that awesome translation. As 10 out of 12 does go the way of Dokdam. Not sure who else could have picked that one up. Does make sense.
Yep.
A huge turnaround is called a really nice mid-game call right when they were spiking, right without their ultimates up on the enemy side, as was very nicely pointed out by the analyst desk. And Nongshim find that thin line to get themselves back into the series. And imagine if this was down 0-2. I think we would definitely see a different kind of attitude there on the side of Nongshim, whereas this makes things a lot more even.
Now, I hope that Nongshim don't take this win to think that they should continue to draft this way every single time, because it has become very clear in these first two games that the way that Afrika are drafting to respond to Peanuts, Diana in particular, but also this more aggressive style with Aurelia coming through, Afrika already has the answer. It's working very well. The Rise priority is giving them such early control over the game. So, even though Nongshim pick up the 1, and we are tied, I would like to see a big change here. Show some more depth in terms of drafting. You can keep the Aphelios, but maybe run something more, you know, front-to-back oriented, team fight oriented, where you can look to, you know, slowly push those team fights instead of trying to use a tempo advantage on the map when you have an extreme top mismatch between Rich and Keen.
Yeah, speaking of which, note that Afrika chose red side. They keep the counter pick for Keen in the top lane. And it's been something that's been working for Afrika, even though the mid-game of that last one kind of fell apart after a couple of team fights. Keen got himself into a fantastic spot 2 games in a row. So definitely want to hold on to that. Try to maybe even push that issue a little bit more, maybe a little bit more camping from Dread up in the top side. Really wish he could get his hands onto Lee Sin, but that's not going to happen this series.
Don't think so. Don't think that's going to happen unless they end up popping off of something else. I mean, the Sejuani is getting ban-worthy nearly, but that's what's so great about this red side for Afrika is if they see the Diana, oh, I love the Aphelios respect. If they see the Diana, they can just once again pick the Sejuani and it's totally fine. But you also have that top counter pick you were talking about, which has been so great for Keen, and I think why Peanut is struggling in some of these games is because Rich is falling so far behind. You will once again pick the Diana. And the Aphelios ban is pretty awesome here because you know you don't have to deal with the Xin Zhao. It's not a champion that Peanut likes to play. They haven't prioritized it when open, so...
Yeah. This does leave Lucian open. It's kind of sticking out like a sore thumb because is Fly going to play the Lucian? Are they going to prioritize that? Are they going to pick Keen's Lucian now? We don't see too much top Lucian nowadays. Fly probably just goes straight back to the Rise.
Yeah, and the thing is, Rise can do fine into Lucian, so it's not that terrifying. Now, it can be very powerful in mid-game skirmishes, and there's a lot of things that Gory can do if he gets an early lead. Maybe not per se in the 1v1 matchup in the mid lane itself, not in the laning aspect, but in other aspects. Xin Zhao does get taken here actually instead of the Sejuani this time around. And that also somewhat deters a Lucian pickup here because you're so vulnerable into this champion. He's going to have a lot more power pre-6 than the Diana is in mid lane. It's still a strong pick, don't get me wrong, but it feels less appealing right now.
Yeah, it's very true. And we might see very similar drafts here because once again, we're going to have Aurelia coming through. Yes, Dokdam did pick up the player of the game in the last one, but Gory did finish off the game 8-3. And even though he wasn't dominating, he is still quite the Aurelia player, as Rich can be as well. So don't mind the pick. Looks like they're going to head towards the Leona as well. A little bit more priority onto that support pick as well.
Yeah, no, I like this a lot because both the Aurelia and the Leona are very flexible. The Aurelia can go mid or top. Is going to be very powerful in mid-game skirmishes, can side lane extremely well. And Leona is just great into basically any matchup. You have so many possibilities of champions you can pick with it. Her engage potential in the late game, as well as in lane, is just so strong. The Alistar will be the response again. Win rate jumping up a little bit, as we see more late game carries targeted here for Afrika. We'll see if that Yasuo ban comes through once again. Because I think it's a realistic one.
Yeah.
Especially considering they didn't pick the Sejuani this time around.
Yeah, and they pick Alistair to kind of shore up that, especially without the Sejuani. So it's definitely an option we could see here. Viego respect once again. After game number 1, they don't want to let Keen get his hands onto that pick again.
Another strong ban here would be the Kalista for Afrika, because that works really well with what Nongshim have built. You have a lot of strong combo potential there. So I wouldn't hate that. I think those are the best options. Sylas, though, is an interesting one. It's one of Gory's better champions. Rich did not have a lot of success the last time these two teams faced off against each other. And yes, Sylas is very strong into Alistair, but otherwise, not a lot of great ults with this comp so far.
Yeah.
And no Gnar available, of course.
And I don't think they're going to reach as far as to go Keen Ornn. I think that's kind of going the wrong direction, if you will.
Yeah.
They're going to ban away the Kalista, although this time away from Leo, so the pressure for the Kalista pick was still there.
Yeah. I do like the Kalista for the ban here for controlling the lane. It's a very strong blind pick here where you save the counter pick for top. It's hard to blind pick an AD carry right now when you don't know what Nongshim is going to do. I think Ashe is the best one for the job, though, considering her engage potential, her safety, her slows. Now we're going to find out where this is going. Is it the Yasuo pick again? Are we going back down that rabbit hole at game 1? I hope not, because Afrika have already shown that they're very adaptable at dealing with that. And, you know, they don't have the Sejuani this time around, but still.
Yeah. And it's rough, by the way, for Rich to... Oh, wait. Is Duckdom going to play Draven? No. Looks like we will just get the Kaisa. But yeah, note that Keen can also play Ryze. So even though Fly has played a couple of games of Ryze, this is like, I got to pick something that's decent into Ryze, but also can be blind against the other champions that are available for Keen to play.
Good old Xin Zhao top incoming.
Good old Rammus top from Rich. If he played Corki, I'm like, well, that,
you need...
There's no hope.
You need a little bit more AP damage here. But it's blind cannon, so Gangplank, just the pretty logical end here for Afrika Freaks once again. And we'll get a very similar version to Game 2's draft as we head into this third one.
Maybe they'll go something more aggressive like a Camille.
Camille is another option too. Yeah, I was thinking about that because it can give you a lot of split push power. Plus, Camille is just so strong at skirmishing in the mid-game.
In terms of the 3, there's the Camille. The 3 of Xin Zhao, Alistair, Ashe. You can really keep your opponents at a distance, and you have a ton of disengage for the Ashe as well. So I like it. It's kind of putting more potential power into Keen and Fly split push and just trying to break up some of these Wombo combo engages that they don't really want to fight up against on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, you also, Hextech Ultimatum can be great into an engaging Aurelia, into an engaging Kennen. If you're positioned correctly to use it, you can really isolate those targets and have a good time. And Nongshim have a comp that is, once again, an evolution of the same style, where you're not looking for Wombo combo per se, but you do have a lot of strong engage options. You do have a lot of initiation. And the Kaisa is the next evolution of looking for executions, actually finishing off those single targets that do end up getting caught or do overextend. So I like that a lot. And it's not just going down the same path again. We're not seeing the all-in on the Yasuo or anything like that and going all-in on this sort of aggressive Wombo style, but it is a little bit more... It's a little bit more precise, I would say, this draft, where you're much more oriented around those single picks, but also you can have split pushing with the Aurelia instead of just looking for only engages. But I do like the responses here, and yet again, Afrika's draft feels very catch-all. It doesn't have a lot of holes, doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, scales up very well into the late game. And for that reason, I mean, we have Dread on the Xin Zhao once again. I prefer their draft here. You know, 3 in a row for me. I'm really liking their style here. It's a big change. It's very forward-thinking. They came to this playoff super prepared.
Yeah, I do feel like Rich, especially in game number 2, he struggled a lot with that Gangplank. I'm curious to see how that top lane matchup is going to go. Note the Arcane Comet here for Camille. So very aggressive. It's not like he's going to go grasp or anything like that. No Conqueror here.
Yeah.
Has some poke back potential.
That's another thing that you know, I'd mentioned before we went to the draft, but Peanut has been so under pressure because of the immense amount of, you know, aggression we're seeing in the top side of the map from Keen and these bad matchups Rich has been forced to play. And once again, if Peanut goes top and then we see another Realm Warp come in from Fly and he gets caught again, like, it just feels like I'm listening to the same broken record over and over and over again in terms of what these comps can do. So Peanut also, if he wants to just sit back and play defensively and passively, like Dread might steal some of his camps away because he likes to counter jungle. There's a lot of things that we talked about as why it's a stylistic mismatch, and it's not for one team, it's actually for both teams in a lot of ways. And in this series, the top lane has been the biggest weakness for Nongshim. See if we can maybe shore some of that up this time around.
Keen is, funnily enough, this season, he is 0-3 on Camille. And that's another thing to talk about, right? It's Afrika, a team that, we're taking a look at the top lane matchup stats as well so far for all the LCK. Dread is looking for a level 2 gank, and now Gory might be in a lot of trouble. A couple more autos will do it, and there you go. Level 2 Xinjiao gank with red buff, the classic from solo queue, coming to this theater right now.
Yep. Blink and you'll miss it. Early game power from Fly here. In this case, trades up into Gory, then the kill pressure is there. And this is what I was talking about in terms of how the mid matchup could go if there was a Lucian, for example, in this same scenario where you don't have a lot of survivability. You at least have a dash, is Lucian in this case, but Peanut isn't going to offer the same amount of power until he hits level 6, whereas Dread from level 2 can put the threat on. Not only is it a kill, but it's flash advantage now for Fly. So Gory has lost both of his summoners here. Yeah, and this is a massive tempo advantage that you're going to have in the mid lane as we'll watch it once more from Dread's perspective. He's like, I'm going in. Follow flashes. Boom. Third hit extended. Will take out the Irelia.
And that's not necessarily something you expect, even though it is fantastic gank assist on the Rise, who's level 2, and it is Xinjiao with red buff. It's just something you don't see very often in pro play because it's a bit cheesy, right? If you mess up that gank, if you don't get some big objective out of it, like a flash at least, you're so far behind. He went red to mid, right? There's no other camps that he took. Peanut had 3 camps at the same time as him taking the gank. So if you miss the gank, it's really bad news. And so, yeah, they're very happy that it worked out. And that's part of the reason why, of course, Gory was not expecting it and didn't have a ward down there and was not able to react in time.
Definitely true. It's a very rare thing to see. Kind of a meme, you know, when you do see those level 2 ganks come through. But straight from solo queue, as you mentioned, but it works out in this particular case, utilizing the power of these solo lane matchups and the advantages you have at this stage of the game is something that Afrika has done well all 3 games. And this is going to be a free lane for Fly for quite some time now, which is just not something you really want to have if you're Nongshim as a Rise who's just sitting there soaking up minions.
Yeah, you're going to have that immense priority. Gory has to sit on his turret, basically, just because he doesn't have flash for another 2.5 minutes. And that can lead to some nice snowballing. As you mentioned, it's very good for your tempo, right? Because if you can roll this into more pressure into mid, get a bigger lead there, or maybe you get some kind of objective like an early Drake, definitely going to feel nice. Although for right now, the vision is great for Nongshim down on the bottom side river.
We'll see how this Herald goes too, because you know, this is one way where you can really snowball your lead as Nongshim if you end up getting control of that because you have mid prio, which isn't guaranteed in this matchup even with the kill, but it's something that is a lot easier now. And part of the reason why a lot of that vision went over to Nongshim on the bottom side of the river was because Kellen made a sweep around, was able to make sure there was no vision below Gory here, so he's not going to get dove while he's flashless. That was a really nice call. That's sometimes the duet's a little bit less than flawless.
It's just funny because the minion trolled him so hard.
Yeah.
Like the second he throws it out, the minion just dodges back and then comes right back to the range. It happens. Such is the way of AI. Kellen in a really awkward spot here. He's going to get comboed down. He is Leona, and he's trying to turn this one around, but maybe trying to bait his teammates in as he flashes away, and now Dread's getting in there, but they don't have the damage. Fly trying to pick it up, but Peanut trades one back at least. And now we have the teleport coming in here, but it's Rich at level 5. which will dissuade them from diving any further, but doesn't pick up any kills himself.
Yeah, it does dissuade them, but he's going to lose his teleport for this, has to take the slow walk back. At least he's able to, get back to lane very quickly here, and the wave is in a pushed state to where he's not going to lose too much out of this, but very happy is Keen, who doesn't have to do anything for this. And yeah, it's a trade back of a kill, because Dread overextends a little bit, takes that extra turret shot, but they knew Gory didn't have flash, so they wanted to really push the issue. Ends up being pretty nice for Nongshim, all things considered, because that could have actually been a disaster after Kella decided to check there and was promptly punished. Still, a lot of control to the map goes to Afrika as a result of this. They're going to grab this scuttle. And with the bot pressure they have and all the wards they've now lined up, they're definitely going to be in pole position to be the ones to take the Drake itself. As watching this from Kellen, there's a little bit of mid-prio, but there's so much CC for Afrika that you have to respect it. I mean, all 4 of these champions are going to be happy when someone overextends. Dread's like, a little bit of happy feeding there, as he wanted to get another auto off there, but does end up taking a turret shot instead. Doesn't get the hit and does die for it, so ends up being a 1-for-1. But if Afrika don't lose Dread, it's even better.
All right, trying now to get on top of this Ashe, who does not have flash. Musty used it in that last fight, so Peanut, very nice positioning there. They even had a control ward, Afrika did, down on the bottom side of the lane, but still, the Ashe just with no escape and no support.
And this is starting to feel like Peanut's playground a little bit here, getting this early gold, exactly what he's spent a lot of his season doing. A lot of it through farming, not through ganks, but now he's getting a little bit aggressive in this game, and if you get a Diana ahead, and if it's Peanut, it's a very terrifying thing to deal with. A little bit of trading here in the mid lane. As for the first time, yes, Keen does have a lead, but it's not a massive one. It's not multiple kills. It's not a snowball. He's not threatening plates here. So Rich is actually going to be a champion, and will be able to play the game this time, at least so far, which is quite critical because even though media voted for him last game, it was not the most impactful
Don't
Cannon
remind
game.
me, please.
Look, he did bait Afrika on that Baron push play when they decided to arrow and commit in and they got wiped.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Are just going to run at the Rift Heralds here. Afrika looking to collapse now, but it's a little bit too little too late. That's not the timing.
Yeah.
And now you can't force an engage. I mean, you can try. Okay, here we go. They're actually going to get in there, and you know what? They do have the damage, but Rich gets the huge flank, and they saw him coming, but now Leo Lahen's over here. Gigantic Vanguard Zeds, though, as Gory is getting into that backline and looking to hunt everybody down. He'll pick up 2, make it a 3rd. That goes the way of Rich, and Nongshim are able to turn that one on a dime.
Everything about this is a disaster for Afrika. You come in very late. Even though there's only one place that Nongshim can be grouped up on, you decide to go for the contest, and you do have good ultimates to skirmish, but not when you're this far, or not when they're that far away. As we'll watch this pick, unfortunately, onto Leo once again. Peanut's hidden there in the brush. Control ward goes down, like, and Peanut will get the kill here. A lot of extra gold going over to him, but before the fight even starts, the Herald is taken, and they still commit in. Yes, it's a choke point, and Dread does have that 3rd knock-up hit to come in, and yes, you do get a pick. But this is a choke point for Slicing Maelstrom. How many times in the LCK would I watch Slicing Maelstrom in this choke point defensively for blue team against red team who's trying to walk through the choke? It's just insane.
And Vanguard's Edge, too. I mean, they ran straight into it. And,
이거거든.
If you lose,
바텀 웨이브.
if you lose control of the Rift Herald in this case, even though you have a comp that can skirmish extremely well, you don't have to force it. Sometimes you have to cut your losses, and it would be really unfortunate to just go, wow, we all rotated over and lost the Rift Herald and didn't get any kills. But now, and also gave several kills to Nongshim. When you commit into that choke, that's exactly what Nongshim wants.
Yeah, that's not the place or time to do it. If Nongshim were caught and they were split up, and they didn't have a phalanx in a, they had a concave literally in the perfect choke for Kennen and Aurelia. And it was the most forced fight we've seen all season. Like, you can't be doing that. Got to make better trades and not fall into that sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The sunk cost fallacy is something that players have to, unfortunately, break through sometimes. And this is one of those moments where you feel like you give up way too much if you just walk away. And the potential is so tempting. And it is a good comp for fights like that. but you just have to remember the Vanguard's edge and the slicing maelstrom in that choke.
And they did blow up Peanut immediately, like he did nothing, but, you know, it's just the follow-up that we already discussed. So, kind of rough for Afrika. They started off so strong, but now it feels like Nongshim have immediately grabbed hold of the control of this series. And you got Gory fed now once again. He got ganked, remember, at about 3 minutes. He's not feeling that too much right now.
Nope. He's got his flash back up, and they hold a teleport. They're going to have Rich's teleport up here in a moment, so there's not even a teleport disadvantage where Afrika can try to look for something. And the Rift Herald is held at the moment. We'll see where that ends up getting dropped. See a rotation up here. Looks like they're going to try to collapse onto Keen. This is where things can really start to go awry. You limit Keen's power, then his split pushing becomes a lot weaker. I really like the respect that Afrika are showing.
Trying to get on top of Kellen here. No respect for him as he does have a flash, and now here comes the follow-up. The stopwatch to try to bait them in, and Afrika have taken nobody down as Duckdom chases them, and everybody else on the side of Nongshim is extremely low. Duckdom not able to pick up the kill, and now they look for the turn, but look at the zoning coming out from the volleys from Leo. Rich makes his way in finally, but he has no flash and cannot force an engage.
Extremely aggressive trade between teams here. Teleports used on both sides, but the Rift Herald will still drop down. The reality is, though, that it's only going to be a charge, not going to be the full turret. You end up making a successful play up there, kill Keen, and grab the whole turret. It's a massive lead. It's a really nice response from Afrika. They don't trade back any kills. They don't actually take any advantages from this, but they limit the power of this push because this could have been a lot worse. They show a lot of respect of this rotation. They want to make sure that Keen does not end up getting collapsed on, dying, loses his turret, because then he's just not going to be a force for a really long time in this game. Kellen's stopwatch here as well is so beautiful. I mean, it's not the first time in this best of 5 where he's walked forward and stopwatch set up for his team to follow up. Dread just barely gets out. One more auto would have done it. His Q was like 2 seconds away, maybe on an older patch. That would have been a kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
100%.
but you know, we're not on that patch. Not today.
Yeah. Ice is still being played as we do not have Unbreakable Will. We do have Flash, but Lehens sticks around and says, nope, guys, I'm dead. I'm sorry, I got caught. And this time around, Kellen face-checking that brush. He's going to have a little bit more information this time around, so not so much of a face-check, actually. And it ends up being a nice little play to catch out Lehens.
Yeah, it was like a chase check. He's like, anybody sticking around? I don't think so. As he's going to do some nice hold positions there to taunt his opponents for a moment. As this top matchup is now in favor of Rich. He's now in control of the Kennen versus Camille, which is never where you want to be as the Camille. Yes, Camille up a level here, but with the items that Rich has, he can duel, he can trade. Q's buffed, you know, on this patch, or on the previous patch, but obviously didn't get reverted. So that's really, really strong right now. As this pick onto Lehens does require Peanut to ult, but absolutely worth it. A lot of vision control around the bottom side of the map right before the Drake. 30 seconds on that. They can reset and group up. Right now, Keen, all he's got going for him, unfortunately, is a teleport advantage. But Rich just doesn't have to leave.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
This comp from Afrika, especially as the game comes along, 1-3-1's not exactly the easiest comps to pull off. I like how Nongshim have mainly been committing to, yes, while they do have some split push potential, it's just been mostly team fight comps, and it's coming along finally. I'm a little bit worried for Afrika playing from behind with the split push comp. They're not out of this game just yet, but it's a pretty significant early lead here to Nongshim. As at 15 minutes just about, it's over 3,000 gold.
And I mean, taking this Rift Herald or starting this is just not realistic, unfortunately, at this stage. Thanks for the leash. Do you make the same mistake of all-inning on this fight as well? Once more as Afrika, sunk cost fallacy. I'm going to look for the smite fight at least, but don't actually commit in. Well, I think which every Afrika fan was holding the breath potentially there for a second, as they do not engage. Now we're grouped up for the Drake, which is a realistic fight to take. Uh-oh.
Interrupts the hook shot, and oh man, he's really pushing in there as Rich. He was considering it, but doesn't have a whole lot of vision, and he probably would have just gotten flashed away from by Keen, but still, he's able to push him out of the wave already.
Yeah, and Afrika are going to group for this Drake. Nongshim, unfortunately, didn't have anybody nearby. This is a little bit it's a little bit unfortunate here for Nongshim because they definitely could have pushed the issue on this a lot more. Peanut was farming the top side of the jungle. Their reset timing on the bot duo was not great for this.
It's just that with that teleport that Rich doesn't have, I guess, they didn't want to hold themselves into a 5v4 fight if Keen backs and gets back in there. But
on the other hand, though, like I feel like if Keen does you could group, and if Keen does teleport, you just kind of disengage, and then Rich gets tons of value topside, and Keen loses his teleport. You will get the Drake, but that's the end result either way.
yeah, or Rich takes the trade and he immediately starts running towards the Drake, and you threaten that. You know, you stop them from taking the Drake 4v4 until the teleport comes out, and maybe you can buy some time for Rich to come down.
Yeah, I mean, we're the eagle eye view observers over here,
Yeah.
so it's really easy for us to criticize that, but I feel like that definitely didn't have to happen that way, and Afrika kind of get away with murder here, essentially, by just walking over to the Drake and taking it. Now they have a 2 Drake advantage. They're 1 away from Soul Point, as Rich is threatening the trades. He has his Rocket Belt now and a stopwatch. He's hitting his spike so early. To get the stopwatch and the Rocket Belt on 1 buy here because he's just so fed is kind of insane. If they had if they were tied in Drakes, you'd feel even better about this. That to get this stopwatch spike where you're not really going to be 5v5 team fighting isn't as great. You know, if you were actually going into a fight right now, you'd feel amazing about this, especially because Peanut hits those same spikes at the same time. You have insane combo potential, but Afrika still have a lot more time because they get away with that second Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the Rift Herald thrown down here from Nongshim, trying to push their gold advantage. And they're just going to essentially force Afrika to group up and stop the push, which is, again, very good for Nongshim. That's what they'll look to do.
Look at Peanut's positioning, too, in the control ward they have. They're basically, Wolf, I mean, who says we can't 5v5 fight with no objectives up? If Afrika walk towards us.
Oh, this arrow.
Arrow. There it goes.
Flies on by. And now you can see Peanut are like, yeah, sure, let's go. Kellen's getting in there. As Rich gets isolated down on the bottom side. Lahenza, big knock up here, and Rich, he's just trying to run away, but has help from Duckdom. We got 2 fights here as Kellen will go down, but that's fine, they say. Duckdom zoned out a little bit, but the rest of his team is winning the fight on the top side. As Dread is getting extremely low. Pretty nice stopwatch, thinking that Fly and Keen could come up, and here we go. They're thinking about it, but they will not take that one. That would have been a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been a slam dunk for Nongshim, in fact. But that was still a great proactive play from Nongshim. They have the stopwatch advantage for the cannon. They have Peanut with the stopwatch advantage, like we were talking about. And I was saying, well, it's a shame there's no objective. But if you push the Rift Herald in, have control ward vision control, and actually push the issues that deep into the jungle, you can set up for a fight like that. And despite the heroics of Afrika, like Lahenza's knockup was insane, just still not enough. And the engage from Kellen was not perfect, but you know, he does go in and has to flash. But I mean, arrow missing here means they're ready to go. There's just no reason not to fight here as Nongshim. You have such a good position to use your combos. And yes, Kellen's engage isn't perfect. Rich is isolated. This is what I was talking about with Hextech Ultimatum. But look at Peanut. He's like, no, this is actually great. Rich has that stopwatch I was talking about, so he survives. And Fly is trying to flank here, but Duckdom is too survivable. You could turn on him so easily. This is using an advantage to its fullest with the items, the item spike they have. No Drake, no Rift Herald, no Baron, but we can force a fight in their jungle.
Yeah, they're able to get it done. Afrika, they were also like, okay, let's drop the gloves, let's get on in there. And now we're having 2 members get up on top of the Aurelia. Even the teleport committed to here. So 4 members of Afrika going to attempt to take down Gory, but the stun comes in. Can he do anything? The answer will be no. But look at the bottom side. Keen also going to get isolated on the opposite side of the map, and you feed your Diana even more.
And they're getting value in all 3 lanes. The delay there from Gory on the top side of the map. You get a push from Duckdom in mid. Oh, this is desperate. And there's a scuttle here, so
well,
they see it. Well,
Peanut,
they should have.
It really comes down to if they have enough damage. Peanut very out of position to try to get here on time. Duckdom, he's got his ultimate though, the Killer Instinct. He's considering it. As here comes the team, the teleport comes over. Peanut gets over on time, but it still goes over to the side of Afrika, who are now attempting to get out on the Realm Warp, but it gets denied. The stun comes in. And again, it's going to be one of these fights where, yes, they will kill the Leona, but that will be it. You take the Baron off of the map. Dread tries to trade one back, but he cannot. And 4 of you will go down.
Yeah, this is not realistic to take as Afrika, but you're so desperate at this point. You're down so much gold. You have no control over the map. You see an opportunity on the Baron, and you know Peanut's far away. And even though they have the Rift Scuttle there, and you walk through the vision, you feel like, okay, well, I've got to try something. Maybe we can take a fight where we turn. Maybe they trickle in. And it was just not to be the case. Nongshim handled it so patiently. So at this moment, look at the map. They end up trading 1-for-1 because Keen dies, and Duckdom was pushing mid for free. So then you're like, well, we're grouped up top. We can't push anything else, so let's go Baron. It's a smart call when you consider the advantages positionally you have, but when you consider the composition that you're running, I mean, this is an Ashe. You can't really rush this down. And even though they get the smite, Lehens is basically dead before this fight starts.
Look at the stun.
Yeah,
That's
stun
it.
to interrupt the realm, or Peanut's there on the other side too, with ultimate, by the way. You take that out, and it's still not a happy ending. Probably more people survive, but at the end of the day, this gamble does not pay off.
좋았다, 덕.
It was good.
Good job, Duckdom.
Oh, so that's why he said duck.
Alternate translation could be that he really liked the rice cakes he ate earlier. But in this context,
I suppose.
he's talking about Duckdom.
And yeah, I mean, take a look. 4-0-8. The guy has been clean a couple of games in a row. And he's not the only one this time around either. As everybody's getting on the hype train here for the side of Nongshim. A very slow start in this series. Maybe it is, you know, metaphorical for the way that they play, right?
Yeah.
This is, you know, it takes them a little while to get on their feet. But once they do, then they come out strong here.
And the big difference in this game is the top matchup, right? Like, Rich got so ahead.
Oh, look, Dread's right here, but Gory's still fine to try to take this fight. The root comes down, and Gory just doesn't have vision. I think he could have potentially pushed that even further, but decides not to. Doesn't have to.
Doesn't have to,
Better
but
way.
yeah, but I mean, they can set up for something when Rich arrives, and he is here, and he does have Flash, he does have his Zonias.
Yep.
You have to let this turret go. You can't even be near it. I do appreciate Keen pushing this, because that's all you can really hope for right now on the map. But Nongshim are just not going to let this game go. They've grabbed on tight to it. And the only thing that could have been better for them, I feel like, this game is letting that second Drake go without contesting. If they took that, you know, they'd be one step closer to this Mountain Soul, but they just have so much pressure on the map. And they have, I mean, with Rich and Peanut, this Fed, if you get on top of a Freak of Freaks, they will not last.
Arrow goes wide, and they're easily able to just walk into the Crescent Guard. Lehens, no engage. Kellen might die again, but here we go, the Wombo combo. Press all your ults and get the job done. Penta, maybe. Duckdom is looking for it. Gory trying to get it done. The flash forward. He's got a stopwatch. They don't want to take the kills away. Remember, guys, that you need to win the series as well. As it doesn't matter, they're going to ace them here. Only Kellen dies again, poor guy. But it doesn't matter because Nongshim will win the game.
Nongshim, absolutely fantastic third game. First two, bit of a rough start, but in this one, you get ahead early with a cannon. You limit the Camille's ability to split push. There are a few other errors on the map for a Freak of Freaks, and despite a 2 lead, I mean,
They definitely could have ended the game there.
I think so.
It was like 13 seconds on the second guy that wasn't Alistair.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But look at this fight. Dread is just desperately trying to frontline here. And then, yeah, Keen comes in. The dodge was real on that hook shot. And then Peanut's like, what's up? It's time for the combo. And everybody goes in. This is exactly how they've been drafting all 3 games, but I think this is by far the best version. And Dread isn't able to do the same with this Xin Zhao pick against this style of play when they're this far behind as a Sejuani could. But that wasn't the point. The point was to try to get a tempo advantage for his top laner early, his mid laner early, which he did. But they weren't able to control the game from there. And I mean, that was the sad moment for Dread where he's like, I'll handle this, but he can't. He's Xin Zhao this time.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, playing this comp as a Freaka from behind means that all of your side lane pressure is kind of just a joke, right? I mean, we mentioned how Aurelia can do a nice amount of side laning as well, but Nongshim are so far ahead that they don't even need to respect it. They just push down the mid lane. And Afrika, if they lose Keen to a side lane, they're just going to lose the game. So you get into this stuck between a rock and a hard place in this game, and it's not a good feeling. Down 10,000 gold Keen desperate to get any more items here in this game.
Just looking at the spread of kills, it's insane how much of a team effort this has been for Nongshim. If you look at the kill involvement for every single player, it's insanely high. When you see how this comp works together and how Nongshim use that small advantage they get to control those follow-up team fights, it's beautiful. And Duckdom is really well and truly online this time. Last time in Game 2, he was the savior. He was the one who actually kept the team together and had the great fights. This time he's just doing his job, and it looks great as Dread.
Oh boy. Well,
Yikes!
You decided that maybe we can enter the blind forest. Nope, you can't. Only Ori can do that. She's not in this game. And you know what? I mean, they're desperate at this point. Afrika are trying to find anything. Peanut's going to go in, trying to open up a path for Duckdom to get some more kills. As Bly is doing a nice amount of damage here, but he's kind of all alone. Keen has to run away. And Lehens will just be poked down by Rich, of all people, as down will go Fly. And now Nongshim decide, now we will end the game.
They just look for the kill here onto Keen before they take the Nexus down. That's all they've got left. Sad present from Kellen. They won't get Keen, but they will take Game 3 and advance to match point. Valdez, this is a clean Nongshim, bit of a rough start in the series. And in some ways still a fairly predictable style of drafting, but the evolution of that style, the aggressive dive, is starting to look cleaner and cleaner every single game, not only in execution, but in how they have changed the draft. Kaisa being the perfect pick to actually help snowball a lead is exactly what they needed. Would have been a very different game if Rich didn't get that lead on the top side of the map, though. Peanut didn't get those items, and then they forced that fight. Remember when they had that stopwatch advantage, they forced the fight on red side jungle. That's when they really solidified their lead. Afrika also made a desperate Baron call, which was the right move given what they knew on the map. They're grouped as 4. They lost a turret and lost Keen. Might as well try to start a desperate Baron. That gave all the extra gold over to Nongshim that they needed to close out the game. I think the game looks very different if you play it from behind. And so it is still fairly risky composition. The fact they're able to pull it off against a team like Afrika, against a team that got an early kill, level 2 Xinjiao gank, still pull it off.
Yeah, and I think it might be time for Afrika to choose blue side. You know, I think maybe you try to get a great jungle pick for Dread. Yes, he likes the Xinjiao, but maybe you try to get Elise in, or you try to get first pick Ryze or something. I mean, I guess they've been getting Ryze as well. Maybe you can ban Diana on blue side. I think we need to see some kind of other path taken by Afrika, because a couple of games in a row they get what looked to be extremely strong counter picks for Keen in the top side, and it hasn't worked out 2 games in a row. So this is why best of 5s are fun. I want to see how they mix it up, and I hope they do.
Yeah, I completely agree. Would love to see some priority on the Diana. You know, either take it away, because Dread's also a great Diana player, or ban it, right? There's a lot of opportunities for Afrika to really change up the style, and to play to their strengths as well. The way Nongshim is drafting is actually how Afrika often drafts, and how they often play best of 3s. So it's not a unrecoverable position by any means, but that is definitely all the advantages for Afrika gone. Like, Nongshim took the wind out of their sails with this win, because Game 2 felt like, all right, well, we almost won that one. We lost the late game. This time, you got completely clocked. One-sided Game 3.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can come back here and make the series even more interesting, or will Nongshim just close it out and move on to the next round of the LCK playoffs? We'll see you guys after a quick break.
가도 돼. 노플에 노플.
다시 다 바꿔.
끝내자. 리제이브 지키러 갈게.
하자.
이거 라이즈가 클리어 못하게 뭐야. 리제이브 지키러 갈게. 나.
라이즈 여기
라이즈를 봐도 돼.
그냥
다이나
나 살짝 봐. 나 상관없어. 맞아. 나 존야 있어.
야 와드 하나만 해봐. 나 들어가.
여기 봐줘. 나 가엔이야.
카멜 노플이야.
카멜.
카멜 노플이야.
튕긴다. 카멜 잡고. 오 쉣.
아 끝낼 수 있어.
못 끝낼 것 같은데. 일단 칠게. 얘들아 못 끝. 야 라이즈 봐야 돼. 라이즈 봐. 끝내. 이러면 끝나. 위에 거 얘들아 타워 쳐. 타워 맞추자. 그냥 넥포 하면 끝나. 뭐 하지 말자.
넥프. 한 판 남았어. 파이팅.
나이스.
막판 이기고 퇴근 가자.
Thieving little devil. Boss, get the food out! Double quick, sir. Here you are, sir. Bugger. Sorry, sir. Cursed arm. Yep, picked a mage's pocket. He gave it the old zapparoo. Now it does what it wants. You have to watch who you trifle with in Noxus.
Do you now?
Port! Get the dishes, you crustaceous scum! Oh, bugger! Ooh, pardon? Ooh, bugger! Port! More elk milk! Bloody crab! Sorry, sir. Double quick, ma'am. Pardon. Dodgy arm. Sorry, cursed hand. More biscuits. More milk. Double quick. Would you like a warm bowl, sir?
No, thank you, Bort. I'm saving my appetite for your service. Go on. Put it to pocket before someone else does.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Port. Well, I'd put it toward your debt if I didn't need to cover all the broken plates of stupidity. Bugger.
Going somewhere? Bort, my friend. I was a prisoner too. Longer than you could imagine. A phantom, chained to the Shadow Isles. But no one escapes. I forgot how squishy they are. I'm free now, to do as I wish.
Move, Port! Oh no!
Here he is, friend Bort. The hand at your tether.
Wait! We're friends! Who else would take you in? A little ribbing between friends. Just me and old Port having a laugh. Right, Port? Right?
Someone gives and someone gets. There are two sides to every transaction. Your curse is his.
His profit, sir.
Would you like to be free, Bort? Never again to feel the sting of your accursed deformity?
You can do this.
My dear Bort, there is life, there is death, and there is me.
Don't mind the whip. Just a little ribbing between friends.
it's a match point for Nongshim Red Force. It only took 27 minutes for Nongshim to take Africa down in Game 3. We have a very similar kind of winning recipe for both teams. We don't see a lot of adjustments in terms of their pick and ban. Nongshim Red Force, they are actually not contesting for a lane priority. They're letting the opponents take the strong lane picks and they focus on the late game team fight and macro. And it's mainly because their centerpiece picks are not getting banned. For Nongshim, it's Diana. For Africa, it's Rise. For Africa Freaks, when they won Game 1, they completed their mid laner and also their bottom duo in the first rotation of the pick, and they completed their topside pick together to find synergy in the second rotation. Xin and Camille is not what you really want instead of, Sejuani Camille. We can directly see the massive synergy and chemistry between two melee champions, but this time around, Africa were forced to make picks in the jungle role early on. They couldn't really find a huge synergy together with the solo laners. Two teams are not showing too much of a adjustment with their draft. I think it's about their Herald fight that decided the winner in this game. Africa, they started off the Herald so early, and Africa, because they knew that Diana used her ult down on the bottom lane to get a pick onto Ashe, Africa was confident to force the fight here, but because they were too greedy and uber eager about this team fight, they actually followed down the rest of the Nongshim players down on a narrow aisle, and then this was the perfect ult angle for Kennen. Africa was so desperate to make a trade in order to capitalize on the fact that Diana didn't have her ult and they're all gathered up on the topside river, but Nongshim Red Force still had other options to fight out the team fight. Nongshim Red Force in this game, they were able to get leads early on, and then you couldn't really stop this Nongshim after being so bad. Africa was in a rough spot already. The Camille was looking for a flank angle, but Nongshim Red Force, they avoided from playing around the Camille. They tried their best to always stay away from the Camille, so it took King could not really find the best opening and an entrance to get into this fight. Nongshim Red Force, their comp is all about teamfight. They know how to counter the opponent's initiation, and they have a lot of tools to open teamfight as well. Nongshim Red Force grabs game number 3 victory, and POG will be going over to Dokdam once again on his Kai'Sa. Back-to-back POG confirmed in this kind of a decisive best-of-5 series. This one was really hard to vote, to be honest. He didn't die once in this game, and Dokdam has become the solid carry on the side of Nongshim, and he is proving himself on this kind of a big stage. Kai'Sa these days are not the main kind of option or main pick here in the current meta. She goes really well together with a dive comp, and Nongshim Red Force is a team that really knows how to play out teamfight. They always grab the pick they want. They don't really focus on the laning phase too much. They're not greedy about the lane priority, but they're looking for the late game teamfights to lock down their victory. Dokdam picked up 5 votes out of 12. Some went over to Rich and also Peanut as well. We are heading into game number 4. This could be Nongshim's game-winning game or Africa's turning point for Africa Freaks. I'm going to throw it back to our casters.
Thank you, G-Sun, once again for that awesome translation of the analyst desk. As now we are on match point for Nongshim Red Force. Dokdam picks up yet another POG for his Kai'Sa performance that game. Bit of a team effort. I feel like they just absolutely bopped Africa in that one after they punished them for chasing through the jungle. After that, it was basically all over. And this time around, Africa will choose blue side.
Yeah, I want to see a completely different style. I mean, I want to see priority on the Diana. Ban it or take it away, play around it, play some sort of aggressive, divey and or combo-oriented comp yourself, Africa, because you're so good at that. And you're so good at controlling early game fights, so it's not necessarily been the case if this top lane isn't snowballing. You know, Afrika haven't had those same sort of advantages as we saw there in Game 3, where Rich was finally able to play the game and did get, you know, a lot of POG votes there at the end because his fights were great. Remember, a lot of that game changed when Afrika decided to go into that choke point as well. Who knows what could have happened if it was a much more even game after that point, after the Rift Herald there. But we'll never know. See what these bans end up being on blue side if we see similar. Yeah, good to see the Aurelia ban. So we're already changing things up pretty massively.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, in a best of 5, this is what you got to do. Take away the Aurelia, take away the Diana. Just don't allow them to play what they've been having success on so far at
Diana
a
gone.
couple of games in a row. So Nongshim as well need to show something different.
Yeah, completely. It's like bans Kennen. I'm like, well, okay. You could ban Aphelios here. Wouldn't actually hate it, to be honest. If you're gonna, you know, take a strong blue side pick, that's another option. They will take away Rich's Jace instead, though. I think this has to be a Xinjiao ban from Nongshim. Just do not want to give that one over to Dread with the removal of the Diana. Renekton, something that Keen could play, though, alternatively, if you did do that. And they're going to say, you can take the Renekton or the Xinjiao, we get the other one.
Or the Lucian.
Lucian also an opportunity, but could pick the Rise into it afterwards.
Yeah. This Renekton feels good. The Rise would feel good, but they will go for the Renekton.
A lot on the line with this Renekton pick has been very sink or swim. You can see it's below a 50% win rate despite its priority. Its ban rate is very high. The Nidalee for Peanut will be the denial pick, and I actually really like this. I'll take the Aphelios too. You won't necessarily need to take the Lucian or the Rise here because you still have that third slot on red side to pick that one up, the opposing one.
Yeah. This is a really awesome response to Renekton first pick.
Yeah.
Especially because it's denial, as you mentioned, but also it's comfort for Peanut, and obviously comfort for Duckdom. Now, I do like responses like Syndra into stuff like this.
Yeah. Syndra is very strong with Renekton in terms of team fighting later on. Renekton helps you set up and get into position to hit those Scatter the Weeks. This is partially why, this Aphelios pick is partially why I would have liked to see that one banned instead of the Jace. When you're not necessarily playing into a bad matchup for the Jace. It is a very strong pick right now, even blind in the LCK, but still really preferring Nongshim's side of the draft so far. I'm going to go ahead and take the Leona here. There's another strong pick that you can do very blind. It's totally fine. There's no counters per se. It's the strongest blind pick support right now in this meta.
You are leaving Aphelios Thresh.
That's true.
And, I mean, it is Duckdom and Kellen.
Yeah.
So, yes, you do get a lot of powerful picks, but even through the banning phase and the first phase of picks, you ended up giving Duckdom and Kellen probably the strongest bottom lane right now.
Not to mention
their most favorite and most comfortable duo.
Not to mention that Peanut's Nidalee has been LCK's strongest this season.
By far.
By like a mile. Like, this is the pick that you think of. I mean, you think of it as Diana a lot, but this is the really big standout pick. He's playing more than anyone else. That's part of why he's MVP for regular season. You get to now ban away the Xinjiao. This draft is falling apart real quick here for Afrika. If you banned either the Aphelios or the Thresh, you would have had a lot better of a time here. If you took the Thresh yourself as Afrika instead of Leona, doesn't feel as strong because they can actually ban away the Jinx, for example. So it's not a great start here, unfortunately, for Afrika just yet in this draft, as we'll see Lucian taken away. Might see the full up here on another jungle ban towards Dread at the moment. Could also look towards the AD carry position since you've got that one all locked up. Something like Callista.
Oh.
Okay.
I actually do like that. Zach, definitely a champion that while you can get flayed out of his elastic slingshot, if you do get into the back line, even if you do get flayed, you just flash on in and you force hard engage alongside of Leona and all of that follow-up from what you already have.
Yeah.
I really like that ban.
That's actually a really nice ban because all three champions can set up for follow-up there when you have the elastic slingshot. LeBlanc denied from Gory here. That's a really terrifying champion to lane against as Syndra when you have a Nidalee on the other side, because If you end up getting caught by the chains and Italy's nearby, you were just dead in every scenario. She's already got the burst damage. She's not going to last very long in that scenario at all. It's also one of Gory's most played and most successful this season. And once again, McKinnon comes through here.
It almost looked like there was a little bit of an argument going on, at least a discussion between Rich and Gory about what was going to be picked there. Very curious if I could hear what they were talking about, but unfortunately, that will be denied from us.
This will leave mid for the counter pick.
Yeah.
And I think another option here could have been to go into something like the Ornn, since Leona's already locked in. And you're not going to deal with Silas. Would have been a really nice option to shore up some of the front line, as we will see ㅣ once again coming through here. And this will very likely be played by Dread, considering the Renekton's already on the board with the Syndra. There's not really any way this gets flexed away. And so you have this strong, empowering jungle pick. Regardless of mid matchup, you can threaten it. Syndra ㅣ, very strong combo. Also great with Renekton.
Wait.
Okay.
Well, hold the phone, okay? Who's playing AD carry?
Yeah. Is this not
So-
a bug, right? Okay, no. Well,
Which one of
okay.
these dudes is awesome,
Well,
okay?
Syndra is awesome in this case.
Yeah.
So Syndra, we've seen this a lot. It was started actually in North America in the LCS. The set will be the final pick.
I love it.
I think the Evil Genius is the first team to play this one, and then we saw it here in the LCK. It's been played in pretty much every region now, but it's very strong. You can really, with the Leona Syndra, you have so much lockdown, you have so much power, you can be oppressive on the bottom side of the map, get a lot of extra farm as the Syndra.
It's just not something I ever thought Leo would play. So
Yeah.
I was like, okay, which AD carry? I'm like, oh, are they going to go for the Callista here? What are we doing? And then it's Sejuani, and it just brings me back to old, of course, DOM1 days where they picked support Sejuani. But yes, Syndra will be played here by Leo.
Yeah. And it is going to be such an important game for him, such an important moment in his career where you're on match point, your opponent is on match point. You botch this one, you mess this one up, that's it. No playoffs, no Worlds Gauntlet, you're going home, that's the end of the year, see you in 2022. It's a big call to make with a draft that's already fairly aggressive and difficult to play around this Renekton priority. You look at what is going on here on the other side of the Rift, and you've got Peanut on his best champion, best Italy player this season. He's got insane setup there between the Kennen and the set, which was also where Gory made his start this season. It all comes full circle here. You got a Felios Thresh for Duckdom and Kellen. Like, this is going to be a hard game of Freak of Freaks, but if you win it, you go to match point. Maybe you really get that momentum going. We have one of our sickest playoff series of the year. But it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and, you know, even if they had randomized the champions on the top side of the map, Duckdom and Kellen on a Felios Thresh could probably find a way to win. And that's not something we can say lightheartedly or about many other, if any other, bottom lane duos. And they essentially gave it over. Afrika are taking a calculated risk here. They say, go ahead, get your most comfortable bottom lane. We'll find a way around it. We'll counter it with the Syndra. We'll try to shut down Duckdom before he gets out of control. And I really want to see if it's going to pay off, this kind of a dice roll. And I like that they do it because this is how you have to play best of fives. If they did the same exact thing and they picked red side and then they like counter-pick GP again, I'm like, yeah, I mean, we liked the idea the first time you did it, but it's not a change. And I think Nongshim have your number if you're going to just do the same thing again.
Yeah, you have to have depth, right, in a best of five. If you want to go to Worlds too, if you want to, you talk about this playoff series and the follow-up playoff series and the competition that is out there internationally, you can't just play this best of five the same way. Whoa, scary potentially there on the bottom side, but it is level 1 Aphelios.
Yeah, and it is Syndra, so.
I'm worried about what happens if this doesn't go well for Leo, because the rest of the game, I think, just really falls apart, you know? I mean, look at these win rates, first of all. Okay, that's terrifying. You also have Peanut, who is going to be able to put anyone who isn't Dread or Fly, like if you hit Leo or Keen with a spear, you're going to be at half health before a fight starts, and if Peanut gets ahead, It's just so terrifying, right? And Syndra has to be kind of up in the thick of things to set up for those Scatter the Weeks and look to carry team fights later on. I mean, not to mention they have good engage. Stuck Dom's Aphelios.
Yeah, you can see already what's happening down there in that bottom lane. It's actually something we discussed before the broadcast even, what Aphelios can do at level 2, even though he doesn't have any abilities, with the pressure from the Thresh as well.
Yeah.
Just push up, zone them off of the wave, and not really allow them to hit level 2 before you, and therefore not have any pressure against you.
It's really handy to have that Calibrum, you know, versus Syndra's Q poke. One of the big changes for Syndra is her mana cost got reduced, as that's pretty fat damage there from Gory. Yeah, the Q reduction means that you can harass a little bit more, but the range that Duck Dom is going to have means you can kind of safely poke that wave out, push it in.
Yeah, good stuff. Eventually, of course, Syndra will get her abilities online. She will have ability to set up plays onto the very squishy AD carry. And that is where the Syndra gets some of her power in this lane, but not yet. Just going to be pushing this one in, will Duck Dom and Kellen. And relatively quiet to start this one off here. Peanut, you know, sometimes he goes for early ganks, but generally not too often. Although he is hanging around this bottom side.
This is where you're going to make the play if you are. Especially
no
with Kellen's Thresh. Yeah, and he's... Get out of here.
There's the hook.
Oh,
no
that's a big
spear,
one.
though, and the flake comes in, and they already get the flash out of Leo. Another spear comes in. Nice try. And Peanut's not done yet. He flashes in, gets scattered away, and exhausted down, and now he's in the middle of the wave as the Lantern will be enough with the heal. Peanut takes a big risk, but he gets away with it as Kellen will save him.
Well, that's huge that he loses his flash regardless, as Rich will be fine here on the top side of the map. But losing your flash as Peanut here is really massive. Rich has also now used his, so a lot of summoners down here. As Leo, this isn't going to happen probably again for a while.
Oh, they're still here. I mean, look at this. This is what you got to expect. As they're nearly able to kill Lehens under the turret. 2v2.
They force a teleport here from Fly.
They just don't have any follow-up. There's no Leona anymore. Fly's teleport just there to help save them.
And Gory says thank you.
Yeah, just takes more pressure off the mid lane for Gory.
This is a really, really rough start. Because remember, part of the reason why, as you pointed out, the Syndra is picked here is to start to threaten the Aphelios. Be aggressive here. Try to use lane control in your solo lanes to maybe get some big kills on the bottom side, get a fed Syndra, limit Duck Dom's power. But what you've done in this early game is failed to do so, been pressured super hard, and you've lost control of the bottom lane. So in fact, Duck Dom has advantage. He actually has a nice lead. And we've seen what Duck Dom can do in even games, and in the rare cases where he gets a huge snowbally lead, he might get 2 full plates on 2 turrets. That's what he does on the Aphelios. We're not at that stage just yet, but you've given him a lot more wiggle room in this game, which is, you know, almost disaster levels of a problem when you're running a comp like this. Your whole win condition of the early game has fallen apart.
Oh, stun. There was a ward in that brush, and Rich didn't seem to know. He will be okay, and he does have teleports, so in fact, it's not going to matter all too much. Just a nice little trade.
Speaking of trades, Fly's not going to be too happy with that one. They're on the bottom side, and that was so close to being amazing too. And Peanut's coming back again. Remember, Leo does not have flash.
Yeah, and Lehens does, and okay, they're just going to trade it there. Duck Dom flashing forward aggressively.
Peanut does not have flash anymore, and the wave blocks him from being able to hit a spear there. So even though Duck Dom flashes forward for the root, it's not enough. This time the hook misses.
Yeah, it's still so much pressure that you have to respect. You can't move up to the wave, you can't clear it.
Yeah, this is going to be enough to maybe group up and look for a Drake fight. He's not going to be able to use this Crescendum to actually grab an extra turret plate, but he can use it to help burst down this Drake. Clear time on that is so fast with Aphelios when he does have the Crescendum available. Prio here in mid means Fly can't do anything about it either. And even though Dread is over here, I mean, he can look for the steal.
Okay.
Oh, this is really scary.
He looked at the dragon, yeah. Gory is just going to walk away and says, actually, let's engage, but there is a teleport coming in, but the spear is enough. The damage is there sure it's first blood, but now Keen is going to go on a bit of a rampage. He's level 6 himself. Rich here as well.
Is it worth it?
The flash away from Fly is not going to get him to safety, and now with the slicing Maelstrom, it's enough damage on the Keen. He can't get anything done, and how about a double kill for Peanut on the Nidalee?
And just like that, this composition falls on its face. Aphelios has 3 assists now. He's going to go back, buy some extra weapons here, and head straight back to lane. 12 CS up right now, but he is going to continue to put that pressure on, as this was just a bridge too far, Dread. Yes, you do have the ability to get over the wall, so this is low risk. It's fine to look for maybe a steal here, but you commit and collapse onto Gory here. And he's got Showstopper. You can't do this to a set. No set hasn't been the meta in the mid, as these spears thread the needle for Peanut. It's actually crazy what he's able to do with this champion.
Perfect.
And why you don't want to deal with it. And yeah, you pick Renekton as a perfect denial pick. And then they just, stay here way too long. Several kills go over. Peanut gets a double. And you can't feed Peanut this stage of the game. What's he got now? He does not actually have a Dark Seal this time around, because he often does buy those, but he's getting up there. He's going to have his Night Harvest very soon.
Bit of a nerf. He's like, yeah, let's skip that one this time.
Yeah.
He doesn't need that item, and he's fine, Duckdom's level 6, Leo's level 5, and oh boy. Afrika, once again, they say, no, we have to flip it over the Rift Herald. Let's see if it works out. They got a bunch of players here before the fight even begins. Gory's level 8. They're trying to burst him down, but he's got all the grit, and Gory's like, okay, let's go. You want to fight? Let's do it. That Rift Herald, though, is going to go the way of Dread. The hook comes in, and now comes the damage from the side of Gnomeshim. 2 kills just like that. Kellen will go down, but it's a 3-for-1. Thankfully, Keen gets over and picks up the eye, or that would have been a true disaster, as Gnomeshim once again take a giant leap in the lead.
I think we're still, if I put a graph, if there was a meter, a gauge, I think we're still on true disaster. It might be not at the end of the gauge, when your gas tank is towards full, when it goes past the F when you first fill up. I think we're still full, though. I think the gauge has hit true disaster truly after this fight, because this is now 2-0-4, Italy. 2-0-4 set. Okay, 6 assists to Aphelios. They're thinking they're lucky stars. He didn't pick up any of those kills, but he's still got 6 assists. The shut down the Aphelios plan is not working out so far, and yet again, it's like this team forgot that set is insanely strong at skirmishes. So many of their cooldowns, so many resources used onto the set. And then Rich is able to get this perfect angle here too. By the way, he did not have Slicing Maelstrom in this fight. They did not have Showstopper. So from Afrika's perspective, you have some ult advantages going into this fight, but it's still just not enough. And the way they started that, how greedily they began the fight, was so easily collapsed on and punished.
Yeah, and do you remember last game? It's like, okay, they got the Rift Herald. We have to commit into this. And then in this game, they're like, we're behind. We have to commit to getting this Rift Herald. Leo wasn't even level 6.
Yeah.
Lahens was level 4. Duckdom's level 6 himself. He sets up a giant Moonlight Vigil. I mean, you're playing straight into their hands. It's just not the play. And you can understand the desperation at this point in the series, but it is going to be key in terms of giving Gnomeshim yet again another gigantic lead.
I want to see Peanut's gold in this game. He hasn't been back for a while. We'll see what he ends up purchasing. He's just looking for more on the bottom side, by the way. If Kellen threads a needle on another death sentence, with the vision advantage they have.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where Leo might not even be able to sit under turret. We're not quite there yet, but it's that snowball. It's just gigantic.
And Rich does have Flash and Slicing Maelstrom, and he has Vision, so good luck with this one. Dread, unfortunately, not going to be able to make anything happen on the top side of the map. Look at the respect shown here from Rich. And you know what? With Prio mid, you can't stay too long, Dread. Here comes the crescendum damage on the turret.
Lahens has to back. Leo can't stay. We're getting turret plates. We're coming up to the top side. We're looking for plays here. Denies any kind of Rift Herald play just yet. Take a look at this. We're going to have 4 plates at 11.5 minutes into the pockets of Duckdom.
This is what he does. And I know a lot of people were screaming at the draft screen, don't let him take Aphelios Thresh, and that's something you mentioned in the chat, or not in the chat, but if you were in the chat, you would have mentioned. You mentioned on the.
I would have, yeah, I would have been that guy in the chat. I'm sure there's a guy in the chat right now saying exactly that. And okay, trying to get a play here on the Keen. You can see Keen and Dread are trying to get some pressure, get an ult down, and put down the Rift Herald, but it's looking a little bit flimsy so far.
It's been shut down every time. Peanut didn't get a kill this time around. Rich did use the slicing Maelstrom, so a small advantage was gained, but the pressure that you're dealing with in mid and bottom means that it's very amazing, actually. In fact, I wouldn't even say good for Nongshim to be able to commit so few resources to shut down a Rift Herald drop while also getting value elsewhere for the cost of one slicing Maelstrom.
Well, Rich, no.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, it's dodged and they're still there. So Rich actually will get caught out by this. And patience pays off as the Rift Herald had about 10 seconds, maybe 5, until it had to be used. And so this is going to be pretty nice for Afrika now.
Really nice call here from Afrika. Waited out, and Rich doesn't have vision. Misses the shuriken. Not going to be able to get anything more than the initial plate charge, but it's so critical that they get that, in fact, at least.
Yeah.
And they are able to get a kill with it, too. So Keen gets a lot of extra power up here on the top side of the map, and that's one of their best win conditions in this game. They still have a lot of engage with the Renekton, right, the Scout of the Week. There's a lot of ways where they can win team fights later on.
Let's watch them dodge. 5-hit.
Yep, just step to the left, step to the right.
Yep. It's just like that song that I don't know the name of, but everybody plays it at parties.
Cha-cha now, y'all.
Yep, that's the song. And
Afrika's looking for a big reverse here in this series.
They don't quite have their dancing shoes on right now. And again, I mean, they're going to try to make a play here on Gory. We'll see if it pays off. He's quite tanky, and he's got Peanut nearby. The teleport here as well, as the spear going to hit him. And Duckdom, he's going to have Kellen on the bot side, actually, behind them. Who's flanking who is the question, as now 2 teleports will come down. And Kellen will pick up the kill amongst all of the teleports used on the side of Afrika. At least they finally kill the killless Aphelios.
And we're still going with the Cha-Cha reference. This is 2 hops this time, though, Valdez. You end up getting the double down there. You get Kellen's flash, Duckdom's flash, and Cleanse. 4 summoners, 2 kills here for Afrika. Now you're looking for Gory.
All right, let's see what he can do here. I mean, Gory,
He's set,
he's
so
set.
I don't know.
So, I mean, at the end of the day,
no one's coming, though.
No showstopper, yeah. It's just a straight-up 1v1. You don't see that all the time. And Dread will just take these Raptors. Gory doesn't seem to care.
So even though they end up getting all the summoners bottom and 2 kills, Nongshim still take the Drake. And it is going to be our first non-big Drake, if you want to go that way.
Oh, man.
Force of Will super strong here. But
Feels good.
You know, this is still a big Drake advantage for Nongshim right now. Maybe need to calm down a little bit in terms of where they're positioning on the map and not overextend here as we watch this. Duckdom just wants to get the whole turret. And yes, he has Cleanse, so he feels pretty good. Okay, I could dodge the Solar Flare, but then the Zenith Blade hits. And yeah, it's a really cool exchange here, and Duckdom looks like a hero trying to pull this off, and they do kill Leo, but you still die.
If the Moonlight Vigil hit, it would have been 2v1 against Lehens, and maybe they could have backed towards Peanut, and I think they would have survived.
Yep.
But,
does miss, though.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, really nice play. I mean, Duckdom had Shield Bow, so he's able to survive through all the damage from the Syndra.
Well, that's the other thing is, even though he dies, there's a lot more catching up that Afrika is going to need to do there on the bottom side of the map. He's still extremely fed. He still just goes, oopsie, okay, anyways, I'll still kill the bottom turret, and we're still going to get Drake. So, it was very cool of you guys to get the double kill there. It's going to be one for Kellen's highlight reel as he picks up his 2nd kill of the game, but yeah, not a whole lot Afrika can do just yet with that advantage, unfortunately.
Yeah, you take a look at the gold difference graph. It's like, okay, well, we had a little bit of a whoopsie. It's like what happened there at 14 minutes. Well, we don't need to talk about that because if they keep this up, the graph will only go down from here. And,
Rich,
yeah,
he and Peanut are both in a position to where they are going to really well and truly come online for this next fight, which will be sole point for them. Fly dodges yet another. We're not really seeing too many heads bonk together here for Gory, unfortunately, so far. Just missed a few of those, but the big fight that Nongshim have coming here is going to be, they have such a big power spike right now that Afrika do not have. Like, Leo doesn't have his Mythic yet, unfortunately, in this game. So, in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he'll likely end up finishing that. But if Nongshim does get Soul Point, there's so much they can do with this composition. The only thing that's missing for them really is a strong split pusher, and they are going to have to deal with King. Uh-oh. Okay, that was a...
What? What was that?
Spooky moment there for a second.
He's really asserting his dominance there in the bush. Like, you don't need to do that. You just jumped right into them.
Yeah, it's actually
not a care in the world.
Made me quite fearful, but Keen is doing a lot side laning wise. That's what Viego can do.
Yeah, it feels like such a meme, but actually it's one of those plays where Afrika see that and they're like, "Whoa, are we like in the wrong position? Do we have to back?" Like,
yeah.
I don't know if we can play, if we can actually fight this. Peanut's too confident.
That's the Artosis moment where you know your opponent did something so wrong that you're really actually terrified.
Oh man.
We gotta get the StarCraft references in as much as we can, but yeah, I mean this is the one thing that Afrika have going for them right now is Keen's split pushing power, right? And that and the fact that Nongshim did overextend and gave a little bit of extra gold over through the beginning of the mid game, and Keen is becoming a real force to be reckoned with. And soon Leo will get his first item and will actually be able to do damage in team fights and set up for big scatter the weeks.
이렇게 해서 와 차오 야 랜턴 야저 뭐야 아 빼
He was like, whoa, what's that? Oh, back. He was like, whoa, what's that? Out.
Yeah, it worked.
Whereas Peanut's literally over there making a watch out sound effects as he goes to check the bush. And they're like, whoa!
It actually worked.
Oh, that was actually really cool to get the comms.
It's got to be alpha, man. We figured it out. This is all you got to do. You just jump into the bush.
As long as you say watch out, it's always going to work out.
This is why Peanut won regular season MVP.
Yeah.
Plays like that.
There you go.
Setting up the big ones.
Okay, Fly, this is quite dangerous, in fact, playing with this without any vision there. But they do have Keen nearby. So this is actually pretty calculated. If somebody rotates down into Keen, could be disaster, speaking of which.
There's a lot of vision control here for Afrika.
Yeah, it was actually pretty calculated to trade like that as Fly.
Is Lance just going to die? I mean,
almost.
Blow his stopwatch, and yeah. I feel like Peanut could have gotten closer, maybe landed that one, but maybe not quite in range, as now they're going to find Keen, and now who's catching who? Keen has to flash away. And that might be all that Nongshim needed to just take another Cloud Drake
Yeah,
down.
they don't need to fight, actually, as it turns out, anymore. Could just go ahead and take this Drake. It's going to be Soul Point. They could control the vision here.
Still getting in there. They're denying backs. They're making this so difficult for Afrika to even live on this rift right now.
Fly did back, so they should have enough control here now once Gory finishes clearing that wave to group up and take it. Don't know what weapon Duckdom has right now. It's not the greatest, but yeah, it is going to be a Gravitum, which will do a lot of single target damage there, and Peanut can come and finish it off. Keen is getting a big push done here on the top side of the map, but Rich will be able to stop him from getting anything else. We'll catch the wave. It's scary for Afrika that this is heroic.
Flash here for Keen, and he's going to land the death sentence. As you can see, he's trying to turn it around now, but the stuns are coming out. The damage is there. Nice sustain. And now you see that Peanut is caught out, this time for real. As in comes Duckdom. He's going to root down 3 people. Why did they give him a Philios again? As now, on the chase, Lehens is caught out all alone. Keen's just going to leave him to die. And Afrika were trying to make an aggressive maneuver in the enemy jungle. Yeah, I'll just hand that kill over to Peanut. That's fine. As he has been so survivable in this game, and now they can just turn their sights onto the Baron.
This is really crazy. Okay, they're going to try to get some information here. I don't think they can do anything about it, though. They're just staying watching as this Baron goes down. They're able to check this, but they can't steal it. And Nongshim are just going to get away with this. Everybody's grouped. This is how you do it. If you end up being grouped on the top side of the map and you have an advantage, you could take the Baron. We saw Afrika try it when they were behind. When you're this far ahead as Nongshim and have this much control, you could take it. The only trade-off is you're going to lose a little bit of pressure on 2 sides. So this is a great play from Kellen and a great call. He ends up hitting the play here and then gets the death sentence. Rich is here for the follow-up stun. and everybody else is coming up. Now, it's a great flash from Peanut when Lehens does end up chaining the stun together here. If he doesn't have flash, then he dies, and this looks very different. And then Duckdom says, what's up? I'm over the wall. Triple grabbing him, triple roots. And Duckdom has been so good at flashing aggressively and actually using Aphelios as an initiation champion sometimes. Not the first time he's flashed forward for a play like this with Gravitum this game. And our best Aphelios players here in the LCK will do this, and Duckdom says, let's go, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why this guy was voted by the majority, I believe, as the best AD carry in the LCK currently. Like, it's not just his Aphelios, but this is the one thing that's kind of egregious, right?
It's been a constant
Probably
for him.
shouldn't have seen this.
His whole career, not just this season, not just in spring. You have to respect it. And Afrika did not because they wanted to try to make this Syndra bot play.
Yeah. They took a calculated risk. It didn't turn out well. We definitely could have seen this, you know, work out maybe 1 out of 10 times.
That's what you got to do in a best of 5, though. Sometimes, as you mentioned,
yeah.
If you just keep playing the same style, when you're behind, you're bound to lose.
He's only 3,500 gold ahead at 23 minutes.
Yeah, look at.
All right, here we go. Teleports are in, but immediately.
Oh no!
All right. Yeah. Well. Nice try, guys. I like the.
Good hustle.
Yeah, I like the fire. I like your willingness to fight, but actually, in the end, they will just back away. It was a perfect lantern. Perfect response comes through from Nongshim.
Baron's up!
Okay, maybe can they kill Peanut? They will. They'll finally get Peanut, and at least they will do that.
Baron's up, though. I mean, this is a huge trade-off.
Here we go. Rich just going to clean it up, and Nongshim trying to book their ticket to the next round of playoffs here.
You can't make a play like that when Baron's up. I don't care how desperate you are. I don't care how much you want to try to make a desperate play where you feel like this is the only chance we've got in this game. You've got to play this more defensively, because if you mess it up, and it's so hard to pull it off, you just end up losing so much. They lose 1 inhibitor from this. They're at least able to get the kills onto Peanut and Rich, but this is guarantees inhibitor. When the Baron buff was so close to wearing off, you could play this a lot more passively. Look at the Scare of the Week, do almost nothing. And that's the cue for Keen to go in, but there's a Lantern there, and Fly's trapped.
Yeah.
And Fly's like, okay, I want to go in, but actually, no, he shouldn't be. He feels like he's opportunity costed, or rather, sunk cost fallacy, as we've been talking about in this series, into going in, and it's just not the correct play. And Leo just barely dodges the Haymaker, and it's still not enough to keep him alive. This is such a high-risk situation where you didn't have to make this play. Sit behind your turret, wait it out. I mean, this is a lose-lose game for Afrika.
Yeah.
I'll be real with you guys. But I think the cost of messing this up is just so high.
It definitely accelerates things, right? Because you can sit there with your Syndra, you can try desperately to clear waves, and you can probably buy yourself an extra 30 minutes, or 30 seconds rather, and you would also hold on to your teleport, right? So that's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah.
You were almost definitely going to lose that inhibitor anyway, but you can see the result of what happens if you try to force things.
We've seen so many champions that can flank behind, like what we saw there from Fly. You know, we've seen Sion flanks like that actually change games completely. We've seen Kennen flanks like that change games completely. But Renekton disconnected from his team that much so alone. It's just really, there's not much you're going to be able to accomplish there. When they saw the Scare of the Week not even dent Gory's health bar, I think that might have been the cue to maybe just sit back and defend.
To go back in time and cancel the teleport before the change.
Cancel the Syndra bot pick.
Well,
it's rough. Yeah.
This
was such a risky draft in the way that Nongshim dominated the bottom lane so well. Just shows that they prepared for this. Every team knows about the potential Syndra flex to bottom because we've seen it so much. First in other regions, then here in the LCK, Ghost played it. And now it's a thing that you know about, you can prepare for. And when you have a Aphelios Thresh, you can put the pressure on with Peanut there. And that's the other crazy thing about this. I was going to mention it in draft. But Peanut usually doesn't spend resources bottom for Duckdom this season. That's not really how he plays. He just farms and looks for opportunities. But he played extremely aggressive to shut down the Syndra. It works. It pays off. They have a huge lead in the early game, and they're just pushing that advantage towards the end here.
Yeah.
This game was won before, not now.
The one champion on the side of Afrika that can threaten the range of Aphelios and Nidalee is Syndra. But The Syndra doesn't exist. It's just a figment of all of our imaginations in this game because she's so far behind. I mean, she got her Ludens like 20 minutes into the game. She's not really able to do much. She can't threaten much. There's not going to be any follow-up from Afrika because they are in this position, and everybody else is melee against Aphelios. So, like, as you mentioned, it was a huge risk. I feel like it was like their plan D. Like, they went for plan A, it worked out once, it failed, and then they, like, skipped plan B and C, and then they went to plan D. They were like, okay, it's a best of 5. This is our last chance. Nongshim are on match point. Let's give it a shot. And unfortunately, this time, Nongshim kind of laughed at it and shut it down immediately.
Yeah, I really, if I could go back in time to one moment, it would have been banning the Aphelios instead of the Jace. That's the one thing I think if I went back and changed, like, our timeline would look very different, right? I think that was the moment where you could have, you know, hedged your bets a lot better. This game is well and truly under the control of Nongshim, as they're just going to walk over to Baron.
All right.
Slight vision advantage,
Let's see
teleport.
it. And Nongshim, they're such a respectful team, such a responsible team almost, that they're not going to take that risk. They say, okay, you teleported in, we can just fight you. Like, we don't need to flip it over that Baron. No need to do that. Gory's just going to 1v2 for the majority of this. Peanut comes in. Duckdom going to get caught out a little bit, but he has Cleanse. And so he will just be able to come on in. Rich will get rooted down by Lehens, but Peanut is on the chase, and it's so hard to get away from this Nidalee. As the flash on in from Kellen just to make sure 2 more will go down on the backside of this. As Keen, he's the one guy who has any kind of autonomy in this game, but even he can't do anything.
This is really rough to be Leo in this game. I wouldn't want to be him right now. I mean, so much of this game rides on him in the draft, right? Where you're like, okay, yeah, I could do it. Put me forward. I will play the Syndra. We will pull this off. Down against match point. Very new player, you know, doesn't have a ton of experience under his belt. And they put him in this position, and I don't want to say he failed. I wouldn't say that. I would say that Nongshim just outplayed him super hard. And Peanut surfed around the bottom lane. They got such a huge advantage that this pick didn't work out. And I wouldn't blame him if he gets emotional after this loss, because in some ways you feel responsible when you're the guy who's trying to carry everything in this very unusual draft. But I really don't think it was his issue. I think it was just really strong outplays on the side of Nongshim. As Gory, I mean, Gory, remember, he went 2-0-4 in like the first 12 minutes of the game.
He also, as Atlas would very much point out, he bought a Bramble Vest against Viego and Renekton.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do? You're not going to do anything. That's the answer. Their AP comes from basically only Syndra. Yes,
she's an AD
has
carry.
Some. Yeah, Sejuani has some, but like the Bramble Vest immediately makes Set almost unkillable after the Syndra falls behind. And of course, it's not only that item, but from that, starting from that and getting fed, you're never killing Set. I don't care if it's 1v2.
Yeah. 1v3 even, he's probably still going to be in a pretty good spot when the rest of his team is going to show up at a moment's notice because they have so much map control right now. It's absurd.
Look at the gold difference at 30. That's not a number you see very often. This is a playoff match as well. Afrika came out so strong tonight.
They really did. I mean, they looked to be, after game 1.5, after half of game 2, looked like we might be seeing a huge upset. They couldn't stick the landing, and that's been the story of Afrika, unfortunately, this year. This is the push to end from Nongshim. If they get any picks here, it's over.
Hey, they get the stun chain onto the Set, but that just sets up Rich to jump on in and get a big slicing maelstrom. The follow-up suplex is big, and nobody on the side of Afrika has any items that can do damage to this team at this point in time. They have the Baron, they're pushing in all the waves, teleport in, and Nongshim are looking to take this first playoff series.
Fly is dead. He's taking a sip of water. This is Nongshim pushing to end.
I think they will. They're trying to get on top. That's a really nice scout of the week, but 0 follow-up comes in. Everybody else was taken down, and that's going to be the end of Afrika here in summer. And for the year, Nongshim will move on to the next round of the LCK Summer 2021 playoffs.
Nongshim, massive favorites going into this series. Almost everyone had them as their pick outside of Cloud Templar, Subin, and of course Jonas
Way
Strong.
to call him out.
But But they looked smart, actually, after Game 1 and after the second part of Game 2. But Nongshim were the stronger team at the end of the day, despite a little bit of a dip at the end of regular season and a big soar up for Afrika, who showed their best performances of the year, I would say, in their last 2 regular season matches and in this best of 5, but it still wasn't enough because old Afrika and some of Afrika's issues in terms of taking those leads and actually killing the Nexus showed up in Game 2. They lost control of the series from there. Game 3, extremely one-sided game, and that's where, like you mentioned, pulling out Plan D, or maybe Plan S for Syndra in this case, was where they went in this 4th game, and maybe they didn't have to, maybe they could have played a standard game, because they showed us in 2 of these 4 games that they are absolutely capable of going toe-to-toe with Nongshim. But at the end of the day, the series goes as most predict, a 3-1 victory for Nongshim. Yeah. It doesn't get more textbook playoffs than this, even though there were some flashes of brilliance. And it is, it's a happy Nongshim. Yeah. But this is the expected result for Nongshim. You have greater challenges ahead. This is just your first step of many.
Yeah, and consider that Nongshim were a team that were in first for about 2 weeks, and they fell down to 3rd. They lost to Gen G on the last day. And coming into this one, that's probably part of the reason why anybody gave Afrika any wins in their predictions, right? As you mentioned, 3-1 was the most common prediction. A couple of us had 3-2, and it didn't come to pass. Nongshim ended up being strong towards the end. Game number 1 was very interesting. I think a lot of other teams will watch that and scratch their chins and wonder, you know, how can we take advantage of a Nongshim that sometimes can be very slow to get on board? But when they do, and if you give them some pieces, man, I mean, the Nidalee and the Aphelios and the Thresh in that last game, well, I think that should be a warning to everybody else. If you learned from Game 1 what to do against Nongshim, you learn from Game 4 what not to do against Nongshim.
We also saw Nongshim play for 3 of those 4 games an extremely similar style when they were on blue side. So something to look at if you are Damwon, Kia, or Gen G. We'll see what Damwon chooses because they can choose Nongshim still. They'll definitely look at the performance of Live Sandbox and T1 before they decide. But if you are Damwon, Kia, or Gen G, I think as Nongshim, you did show some predictability in this draft, and you showed some reliance, I think, in some ways on that style of aggressive play, or I got my best picks. I got my Nidalee, I got my Aphelios, I got my Cannon. So there were, the Thresh, of course, being a huge part of this. There certainly were some great moments for opponents of Nongshim in the future to study here. And that's why it's so important to get that first extra jump into the semifinals. Nongshim probably believed for a lot of those last few matches that they weren't even going to be playing this series.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it made this series really interesting for me coming into it, because Afrika was on the up and Nongshim were on the down, and we thought maybe they would meet here. And it just ended up that, you know, Afrika put on a good showing, but Nongshim were the better team tonight. Another thing to mention about the draft is that Gory coming into this one was also actually 5-0 on set. So we talked about all the other picks, but I mean, it's also huge comfort for Gory on an undefeated pick with a lot of wins. As we are going to take a look at the highlights from that last game and see how Nongshim dominated them here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it was something that he dominated the beginning of the season with, and then when set fell off, he just didn't play it anymore. But it was this pick that got everyone excited for Gory, right? Where everyone suddenly thought, okay, well, this guy is definitely better than Bae so far. And then he started getting more and more wins, and people were like, okay, this guy is actually incredible. This guy could be one of our best mid laners. And, you know, then he showed that he can also play the Akali, he can also play the Hasuo, he can also play Lucian. Like, he can play every champion very well. He can play the Orianna. LeBlanc, another great pick for him. He's a terrifying player to face. And even though some of these face breakers missed in this game and in this highlight, I think his set was a big part of why they had so much success, because he could stick to Afrika so well, which allows Duckdom and Peanut to do so much. Like, he's the tank in this game. It's not the jungler. It's not Rich in the top lane. And when he got fed, it was just no recourse. This was the one moment where Nongshim dropped the ball, and they were still able to trade back the 1 kill.
Yeah, Kellen Flash throws the last shot. Does go down.
And
And
was a fantastic
This
fight.
is a play where maybe Duckdom picks up POG again, although I feel like I probably wouldn't vote for him personally.
Who would you vote for?
I can see that other people would watch that and watch what he did in this game and just vote for him, but I think I would probably vote for Peanut.
I gave a lot of consideration to voting for Peanut, as well as Gory, but I think Duckdom was the most consistent still, despite that kind of weird play there on the bottom side of the map. And he was empowered by Peanut, right? Like, he doesn't get fed without Peanut, so it's not fair to say that he carried.
It's one of those games where Nongshim just stomped them so hard, it's like, well, all 5 players actually had a fantastic game.
Yeah.
And it really depends on who you feel like was the best out of the best.
I went for Duckdom. I feel like just for the sake of splitting the POG votes, a lot of people might go for Gory or Peanut here, since Duckdom has been so dominant so far tonight. But we'll see.
Duck dominant.
Duck dominant indeed. It's so awesome for me to watch Duckdom finally getting the credit he's deserved for so long, because he has been such a great AD carry player throughout his career. But, you know, Nongshim hasn't had this much success just yet. He looked great in spring,
없어 없어 없어.
and now he's picking up POG votes for the first
내가 앞에
playoff
있을게.
얘들아 제주 노플이야.
as
그냥
he's
앞에
calling out
들어가죠.
flashes being
에
down.
앞에 지켜 앞에 지켜.
Just go in.
앞에 지켜.
Just take care of Aphelios.
Yeah, if you protect Aphelios, that's all we
다
need.
죽여 다 죽여. 스스메. 아.
잘 가라.
나이스.
Get out of here.
잘했다. 우리 팀 너무 잘한다. 캐리.
Caddy. Like it.
Always gonna call out the carry.
Yeah.
Look
And
at Gory's
apparently
damage.
it was Gory. Maybe Gory just gets it in this game. I wouldn't mind that either, you know? I wouldn't even mind a Kellen vote. I thought he was able to enable a lot of his team as well.
Yeah, no, it literally could go to anyone. I feel like Rich might be the weakest candidate, but he didn't have a bad game. It's just because everybody played so well, like you were mentioning. It could be anything. We're going to find out momentarily here who it is, but that's it for Afrika, guys.
Yeah.
They did a lot better than I think anybody expected them to be honest, in this season after spring. They came back big in summer, had a great end of the season, but that's the end. As POG, I believe, is ready. Gory got it.
It is going to be Gory, 408 with 804 DPM. And, I mean, when you do this much damage and you get this far ahead on the set, he set up a lot of the plays as well, so I understand. The votes here, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a great team effort around these early skirmishes that got the lead that Nongshim needed to just crush all of these fights. As, I mean, he just got so fed off of these great plays. Peanut was set up by him, Duckdom was set up by him, but the follow-up damage had to be there every time, and it was. So it's another moment where he just decides to 1v2, as we pointed out in the game. He also had almost 30% damage tanked out of his team. So there's also that. He absorbed so much pressure with the Bramble Vest that you mentioned,
Yeah.
and then built DPS.
Like, where was Renekton in this game? I don't remember seeing him. And it's partially because of what Gory was able to do. And as you can see, a very split vote. Duckdom was able to pick up 5. And yeah, we had 5 votes as well for the mid laner. And that's why he picked it up. So there you go. As we do have the interview ready, I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the translation of the POD interview of the LCK Summer Playoffs Round 1. Congratulations on heading into Round 2. How are you feeling, Duckdom? I really want to 3-0, but it's a bummer that it's a drew and 1. But still, I'm happy that we made it to the second round of the playoffs. Today, if we lost, I would be feeling so unhappy, you know, preparing for the qualifiers. But still, we have a way to make it to the finals as well. I really want to make it to the finals, and it feels awesome to head into the semis. And Duckdom, congratulations on making it into the LCK All-Pro first team, and we did see why you were the best AD carry in the summer split. How are you playing together with another first team player, jungler, Peanut? I mean, we did become, you know, we were awarded to the first team, but I'm so sad that we lost the previous series, the one against Genji, so I really want to take down Ruler next time around. How was playing against the first team top Kiin? Kiin. I mean, even when he was not on the first team, he was always just Kiin itself. So nothing special, you know, just as the classic Kiin, always strong. Just like you mentioned, you know, you did lose the final match of the regular split versus Africa. They had 3-match winning streak at the end of the regular split. What did you focus on preparing for the playoffs round 1? When we lost to Africa in second round, we were like, we made some absurd mistakes, you know, and our draft wasn't clean as well. So we weren't too worried about the Africa series itself. Just like usual, you know, we went through the same preparation. This was the first match held in 11.16 patch. Dongshim, you guys focused on team fights. Was that in order to, you know, capitalize on your strength, the team fight ability? You know, Africa always played very similar picks during the regular split. You know, we knew that they have a very specific pick they're going to play, for example, like Fly. So we kind of prepared according to the potential picks of the opponents. And back-to-back Diana first pick on the blue side was so critical and very effective. Could you tell us about that strategy as well? Maybe this is only about our team, maybe other teams as well, but Peanut is so good at Diana. So we all thought this is a really good pick. So we kind of had her on a very high priority. And also Africa also always let it through, so we didn't feel any pressure to just lock her in. And Deokdam, today you had a very important match and you guys dropped game number 1. How do you guys kind of pull yourself together to get back onto game number 2? After losing that game, we were like, let's not just play Ziggs bot, let's just play AD carry, the marksman champions down on the bottom lane. Why was that? Because Ziggs also, even though he got some nerf in the patch, he is also stronger in the later game. Tell us about that adjustment. You know, this champion doesn't really have a lot of proactivity. So you guys decided to play Aphelios, a 10-3 champion for you, Deokdam. People always say they just shouldn't let you play this champion. So here's a replay of your Aphelios outplay. So this Baron try was so important and significant in this entire series. Tell us about this setup. Prior to this play, the opponents used almost all of their ultimates. So I was also having a great weapons. So we were like, let's just try. And also we knew that Peanut's gonna win the smite fight as well. Deokdam, was it your call to start off that Baron? All together, you know. Let's throw a shot. With that Aphelios outplay, your teammates were making a lot of compliments. You know, Rich also said, great job, dog. And Rich also did a fantastic work on Kennen as well. Do you have any message over to Rich as well? I mean, Rich did so well today, but I'm just sad that he didn't really get any POG because he also deserves some spotlight. Gory, you played your undefeated champion Sett in Game 4 as well, but Sett has been climbing down the tier list in their current meta. And this time around, you built Divine Thunder instead of Core Drinker. In the T1 and Honor Life series, Chovy did this itemization. So I've never tried it before, but I just followed him because I thought, yeah, Chovy did it and this might be good. And that's all. And itemization is something you actually go through a multiple practice because you have to kind of get used to it. So very impressive answer from Gory. And then Leo played Syndra bot. Was that something you guys predicted? I thought this could be kind of viable, but it didn't really matter at all. When was the moment that you guys had the solid victory in the end? after the draft,
끝나자마자 딱 상대 픽 보고.
yeah, after the draft, when I saw the opponent's comp, I was like, this is a win for us.
자, 그러면 플레이오프 2라운드는 담원기아와 젠지가
You'll be heading into playoff round 2, and Damwon, Kia, and Genji are awaiting. Who do you want to face? Who do you think you will face at second round? I have no idea, but I think the opponents will decide after watching tomorrow's series. But I have a feeling that we'll be facing off Genji.
저는
I
둘 다 잘하는 팀이고.
think both are so strong, and their mid laners are so strong. So whoever we're gonna face, it's gonna be a rough kind of challenge for me. But Gore, you are the player of the season, and I'm sure you'll do well in second round as well. And you are continuing your race to the finals as well. What's your mindset till the end of the playoffs? Whether it's gonna be Damwon, Kia, or Genji, they're a must-win opponents. So I will keep working hard. And Gori, I can see you are hungry for the LCK title. How are you going to prepare for the upcoming matches? I will, fight my tooth and nail for Worlds. I have to reach higher in order to make it to Worlds. So whether it's going to be Damwon, Kia, or Genji, I think we have to win, and we're going to prepare as hard as we can in order to showcase this amount of performance that we showed to get today. You can see the desire and fire from Nongshim Red first players, and congratulations on the win. This will be the end of the interview from Gori Dokdam, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for that awesome translation of the interview. As Nongshim, they have a rough road ahead of them, regardless of who they face, as they talked about during that interview. We're going to have the play of the day ready to go right now. We can take a look at who does pick it up here.
How Nongshim cash in 5,000 gold in a round 2 ticket. Well, it all started with Afrika deciding that they could actually win this fight or steal the Drake. They were positioned to fight, and Nongshim just turned, and it's a nasty wombo combo. This is the style of play we saw from them in the first 3 games.
This is the first game that Dokdam got Aphelios, by the way.
Yes.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If this guy should ever get Aphelios.
We've been wondering all season long, We've been wondering in spring. We're just gonna have to keep wondering. Hopefully we'll stop wondering in
the next series. Yeah. Hopefully.
Like if Ruler can get target banned on his Callista, I think we can have Aphelios target banned for Dokdam here in the LCK. I think teams can show the same respect, if not more.
Yeah.
He's definitely outperforming Ruler right now. Here's our bracket.
Yeah, and so Nongshim make it up. DK, Damwon, Kia, and Genji, they're going to be watching that series. They have another series to watch tomorrow. Make sure you guys are tuning into that series tomorrow. It is going to be a banger. T1 up against Liv Sandbox for the second match of round 1 playoffs. And this means a lot for other teams. I believe now that DRX cannot, in fact, make the Worlds Playoff Gauntlet. I also have the information that T1 are very happy about this because now they lose any chance of losing that spot.
Yeah, even if they lose to Sandbox.
Yeah, so they will have a spot in the Worlds Playoff Gauntlet. And there's still a chance for all the teams left to win the LCK for summer. So very curious to see who's going to do that as well. So guys, that's going to do it for us for our first best of 5 for the playoffs. Thank you once again, Wolf, for joining me for today. And thank you guys for watching. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for T1 versus Liv Sandbox for the rest of the round 1 of playoffs. Have a good night.
좋은 호흡이었어 리.
좋았다 덕.
이거지. 이거거든.
Never believe love could set me free. You break down